Hello, everyone. I started a bit early because there's a couple things I want to address. First off, let me say hello. Hello, Jane. Hello, Leah. Hello, Music by Brian. I am not a Canadian, by the way, but I support my maple syrup sipping friends to the north. Why, thank you. Hello, Pat from Cozumel. Still jealous that I'm not there. Brian, thank you. I really do appreciate your support. We truly do. But I'll let you in a little tidbit. Not all Canadians like maple syrup. I myself, if I'm having pancakes, it's a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Other than that, don't like it. Oh, too sweet for me. Another thing I want to address is yesterday. I do apologize that I was not on and did not do a review of day 3. I will do a review of day 3 on Saturday. I had food poisoning, could not do it. Just couldn't. I didn't even watch day 3. That's how sick I was. So I will watch day 3 on Saturday. I know. I get it. So yeah, it was a rough day yesterday. Rough. Open invitation. I may take you up on that, Pat. I love Mexico. Hello, Green Cove. I hope I said that right. Welcome. Oh, it was rough, Brian. It was so rough. All Canadians love bacon. Yes, we do. Yes, yes. Female bacon, anything bacon. Hello, John. So another thing I want to address is I've got a few messages. Listen, guys, this is a review. This is what this channel does. We stop, we discuss things that we're hearing in court. It's a discussion. It's not just watching it and not talking and all that. So listen, I love that you're here, but if you want to watch it without any interruptions, this is not the channel for you. Just letting you know that off there. So take care of that one. And then I got a long message, which I really want to address because it's from Margaret Lee. Oh, worst ever. And it's a really detailed message, which is really great with a lot of questions. So I just thought I'd address it here. Margaret says, Rob can't possibly believe Donna is guilty and Wendy is not at this point. I don't believe he does. I think he believes the whole family, minus himself, was in on it. That would be a wild concept. Deaf, dumb, blind concept. But he may be able to explain how he escaped such a dysfunctional home, or how Donna was so naive and fooled by Wendy, or fooled by Wendy and Charlie growing up. I don't know, and you guys can pipe in on this too. I don't know if Donna was so fooled by Wendy and Charlie. I think Wendy and Charlie were naive at some point and just did everything Mommy said to do. But like the famous old saying is, the grasshopper surpassed the sensei. And that's what I think I don't think Charlie did, though. I think Wendy surely did, and Charlie was still in that needing Mom's approval, needing Mom's acceptance. And then she goes on to say, how can Donna be both strong, rule with an iron fist, call all the shots, and still not be able to control Charlie's bad behavior and poor decision making? And now Wendy's. I don't think Donna wanted to control Charlie's bad behavior or decision making because it kept him in that stage of not getting her acceptance. So I think Donna thrived on his mischievous behavior. Brian says all three thought they were getting the best of the other. Charlie was the most naive and played by Wendy and Donna. Absolutely. Like after day 2, and I know this is horrible to say, after day 2, a tiny bit felt bad for Charlie. A tiny bit of me. Donna should have gotten 3 little Shih Tzus to raise after the kids left. She should have. But she wanted to move on to Dan Markel's kids to replace her 2 boys that she failed at, right? Hey, Victoria, I watched the trial all day again today. I am on information overload. So much new information. Oh, really? That's good to hear. I agree that the succubus sucked the life from all 3 of them. Thank God Rob got away from them. Absolutely, John. Really, today, hi crew, what a day. Donna's goose is cooked. So again, I haven't watched it. I didn't watch day 3, been too sick. Ended up with a migraine, obviously, from getting sick to my stomach so much. So TV wasn't even on. And then, so I haven't watched today either. So day 3, I am going to review it on Saturday, but I thought I'd go to day 4 right now. Wasn't a good day for defense. Well, gotta love that. And then this was a well thought out. So Margaret Lee Reed 814, thank you for this message. Honestly wish Rob could explain the whole Jewish meltdown Donna had with him when it appears Donna and Harvey have had to toss religion out. Had to toss religion out the window now. So I've asked this question myself many times about the Adelson Jewish religion. I honestly think it was only used when it benefited them in the Jewish community, right? Because all communities stick together. So I think Donna and Harvey truly were only Jewish when it benefited them, when they could have a personal tie to someone that could move them up a ladder or things like that. I honestly, from everything that we've heard in this trial, from Sigfredo's, Katie's to Charlie's, now to Donna's, I don't believe they even care much about the religion unless it benefit them, which again, the one bar mitzvah for the one Markel boy, that benefited them to do this because it showed to the public, oh, we care about our religion. Brian says, with Rob's wife, she wasn't Jewish enough. Then Dan Markel, he was too Jewish. Well, Rob's wife's not Jewish at all, right? With Dan Markel, he was too Jewish. It's just a tool for the Adelsons to justify whatever they already want. Exactly. It was a lot of talk about the Jewish faith on that. And then she goes in to say, but happy for Rob's happiness, most important. Could Rob testify to how much calmer Donna is now about her kids' choices in life partners? If Donna, would Charlie been allowed to marry Junam Chinda if he so desired? I think so. I don't think Donna and that would have been because okay. Sorry, we all seen June Umchinda in Charlie's trial. She's not a bright tool. She's not. She's not the sharpest knife in the shed. I'm sorry. I don't like putting people down, but she truly isn't. I don't even know if she's going to be in this trial, honestly. Not sure if Donna was ever too harsh with her kids or much too lenient. Or so smothered they lack normal social skills. At least the last two, Donna's had her hands full, to say the least. What about Harvey, his dad? Some have said mean or rude and angry, inappropriate at work. Has Wendy killed prior to Dan? Like there's Margaret. She really got into it. No, I don't believe Wendy has unalived anybody prior to Dan. Is WA lying to protect Mom and Charlie? Then why confess to Jeff Lacoste, who seems to have been Wendy's initial pawn? Check and checkmate by state. Yeah. So I just want to thank Margaret Lee, who's quite interesting. So I thought I'd address it here because there was a lot of questions. Jane says, someone in Carl's channel told him to stop quarterbacking. There's one in every chat. Yes, there is. Charlie was stuck because he probably felt he couldn't marry any woman that he was attracted to. Not many Jewish Asians. Right, there you go. I also have a theory about this too, because Robert married someone that was way different than his mother. Way, way different. Charlie was attracted to women that were completely different than his mother. So these boys were not trying to find someone that was like Mom. They were trying to find someone that was completely different than Mom. John says June has another skill set. What would that skill set be? Purse buying? Bag buying? She might not have unalived anyone before Danny. However, I could see Wendy eating a live rabbit with her bare hands. I agree with you there. Hello, Kristen. Yeah, and Dan was not like Harvey. Nope. But Wendy was definitely her mom. Wendy's definitely Donna. A more improved Donna, a more educated Donna. Thank you for reading my well-researched and thought-out comments. Satire. Hi, Rochelle. This has been a wild week. So glad you're back to experience this with us. Thank you, Kristen. I'm glad to be feeling a bit better. I'm drained, but I feel better. So that's all that matters. But I thought I would go over that one because, like I said, it was a lot to reach out. So everyone says there was a lot of new stuff today. So let's get to it. Who was the witnesses yesterday? You guys can ruin it. You can tell me. Let's see. How long does it take for court to get started? Oh, Corbett's on the stand.
4 hours from that to be local time, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
Correct.
Katie McBanawa testified yesterday? And Jeff. Oh, I missed a good day. Oh, no. All right, Saturday is.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action.
Sorry, guys. Toria says, yes, today was very technical, but a lot of new information, just boorish to watch, kind of like yesterday. Raven says, oh, June is back. June made it. June, Katie, Corbett, Ryan, Jeff Lacoste. Okay. Okay, I can see Jeff. Ryan? June? Oh, yes, because June could say about being on the balcony.
Email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days
Today was
after
boring.
Lindsay's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so
Okay,
in this
hold on
email
one sec.
sent,
Today was boring. Okay, do you guys want to give me the gist of today on any new things that are bombshells to Donna? And we do yesterday's. If today was boring, because it's Corbett. Today was mostly Corbett. And are they all the same emails? Yeah. Ryan June said about how Charlie was so upset after the bump. Donna got her and a spare, air and a spare. Charlie could do whatever TF he wanted to do. Yeah. Yesterday was better. Well, yesterday was Fire. Okay. Well, I would rather watch Fire than listen. Corbett, he's great, but it can be dry because it was very dry in Charlie's trial too. Unless new emails came out. New emails or new wiretaps. Oh, so another thing I'm going to bring up. I heard I'm out there that the cell phone data, I am here for it. Also, another thing I'm going to bring up, I meant to do it in the beginning. I am not working tomorrow. So would you rather me do it live as it's happening? Today, the lunch break was forever. Never could understand women's fascination with jewelry. John says, never could fascination with jewelry. You could dump a truckload of diamonds in my drive and it would just piss me off. Yeah. I'm not fascinated with jewelry either. Rochelle, whatever you want to do is okay with us. If you want to sleep in, we are here for it. So I'm gonna say type 1 if you want to do day 3, type 2 if you want to do today. I should do the. Hey, Carrie Sue, how are you, friend? Okay, you know what? Corbett is great, but Corbett is dry. Hi, Chat Michelle. Hey, Rabbit. How are you, friend? They dragged Charlie into the courthouse today. Maybe took Harvey out of the courtroom briefly to see him. What? Why would they bring Charlie into what? Hey, Tattles. Jane, where did you hear that Charlie came into the Can't wait for the snitches. Georgia will Well, they were working for Georgia, right? Defense will have a heyday with that. IT guys? Charlie is on tomorrow. Yeah. No. No. That means he's not a rebuttal. No. Charlie was on what? Charlie was on today? Okay. Ooh, because I was like, we are not doing day 3 of Charlie. Oh, wiretap calls. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I was like, what? I was like, we are not doing day 3 of Charlie testified today. Okay, Rabbit, you don't think Charlie will testify at all. I figured, if anything, he was only going to be a rebuttal. But he was seen in the building today. Why would he be in the building? There's only one reason he'd be in that building, guys. Because they're not going to bring him into the building if he's not testifying. There's only one reason. Yeah, Raven, I'm asking the same thing. Who saw Charlie in that building? Who's reporting that Charlie was in that building? Brooklyn says Charlie is testifying. Victoria says Charlie's on tomorrow. Yeah, Brian, okay, so Sanford was on today? Sanford's there. If he is testifying tomorrow, it would have to be at the end of the day because Sanford will be on direct most of the day per the state. Raven says, no, Pat Sanford is tomorrow. Yeah, Sanford tomorrow. Crink says, well, looks like he probably will if he's been brought in the building. How about that, Kristen? You have a place at a Holden Beach. Worf says, defense dragged it out again, so no time for Charlie. They're setting him up like they did Wendy with jury Doesn't matter if he looks a knob and pleads the fifth. Bloody hell. Sanford is the one with all the juicy details. Yes, yes. I like Sanford. Or carry on. Hey, Michael, sorry. Sanford was on today, ended today, and will be on beginning in the morning to continue. Jackie complained about the prosecution asking too many questions. Oh my God. Calls and flee. Oh, I can't wait. But we have seen him. We have seen him in jail clothes, right? But okay, so tomorrow I'm doing it live. I can't wait. Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys this because I've said this before. Sigfredo and Katie's trial was basically Sigfredo, Katie, and mix of Charlie. Katie's retrial was Katie and Charlie basically being on trial together. Then Charlie's trial was Charlie and a lot of Donna. Are you guys seeing Donna and a lot of Wendy so far in this trial, or am I just reading into it? Because I'm almost seeing that Wendy's kind of on trial too with Donna. It's a lot of, okay, so Raven, you're seeing what I'm seeing. Okay. So it's almost like Wendy's being prosecuted at the same time, just like it has been in all the other trials. Armand, hello. State has brought in so many receipts and new ones that defense is defeated. Crink says I am totally seeing a lot of Wendy. Okay, Tattles, you're seeing it too? Okay. Because that's the way these trials have been going, right? Like Charlie was definitely, they might as well had Donna sitting beside him. It was definitely a Charlie-Donna trial. Yeah, Georgia is amazing. Okay, so, and Louise even threw Wendy under the bus, and I was like, oh, snap, yeah. I was more, oh, snap, that Donna okayed that. Donna okayed her lawyer to say that. Yeah, she's setting up for Wendy. And she didn't let Wendy out of the subpoena. So that's amazing because every other time she has. Today, Wendy was implemented a lot. Once again, Wendy testified with so many lies, she caught herself up. The family is cannibalizing. Donna wants out. Do you think at some point Donna's going to realize she's losing? It's not going to happen because she can't get through her thick skull that she's losing. Her jail calls are going to be amazing. But if there was some kind of light bulb moment for Donna, do you think she would have her attorneys talk to Georgia about making some kind of deal? They're all just making each other look bad. Yeah, definitely. Michael says, if Wendy isn't released from the subpoena, it might be for a rebuttal, but also to keep her in town for the iron bracelets to be put on her wrist. I think so, Michael. I don't really think it's for rebuttal because Charlie's trial, she didn't get released because there was a comment about the whole Jeff Lacoste thing. So they took Jeff off the stand, remember, brought Wendy back. And then once she was done, they released her and then brought Jeff Lacoste back. Yeah. But what? So if Charlie, okay, I really need to know who's reporting that Charlie was in the building today. I really need to know that. Yes, Raven, you might be right there. Because if Donna does testify, you might be right there. There's no probably about it. She's fucking 2 fists deep, and yeah, she's drunk as drunk can be right now. She'd have to be. I don't either. Tattles, I don't either. I don't, and I don't think it's running. I don't think it's fleeing to a different country. I think she does a lack of a better way of saying, I think she does a Hitler. That's what I think she does. I agree. If she is arrested mid-trial, it could cause a ruckus and the jury might hear of it. Yeah, I don't, as much as I would like to see her arrested right away, I don't think it happens till the day. I don't think they wait like they did with Donna. I think they actually have somebody waiting for that verdict to come down and wherever Wendy is. Because they're blaming it on Donna. Yeah. Rabbit says, it's hard to believe based on Rob. Rob was brought in that courthouse through the back and nobody saw Rob. Yeah. Hello, Denise. Wendy doesn't drink, she says. Yeah, she's a damn lush and a liar. Right? Court TV reported today that Harvey has been implicated from today's court. That's good. If Wendy is arrested, she will say no. This is unconstitutional, and then flirt with the cops. Yeah. She's got, you know what? And you've all heard me say this. I truly believe she has been living her best life. We all know it. No mummy in her ear, no nothing. Nobody telling her what to do. But she knew she had all that time. She knew that the state was going one by one by one. She wasn't worried when Katie was on trial because she knew it was Charlie next. She wasn't worried when Charlie was on trial because she knew it was Donna next. The only person that was extremely happy when Donna's trial went was Wendy. She knew she had at least another year. She was the only one happy. Now that Donna's trial is on the way, Wendy's not sleeping well at night. I guarantee it. If Wendy doesn't drink, it can only be due to her ramping up to IV cocktails. Yeah. I hope Wendy is still paying for the hour for her attorneys while still being in town on subpoena. Oh, wouldn't that be nice, Michael? I'll bet Wendy is the scaredest she has been since the start. Yep. I agree. I've got my stay tuned t-shirt ready that I got from Bling. She did amazing shirts, Raven. Amazing. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do day 3. I know I missed day 3, so let me just do day 3. Because everybody's talking about Katie. And I want, and then June Mchinda was back in the building. Hopefully she arrived on time. When Sanford was testifying, Zellman said, "I object. This makes my client look guilty as hell. Motion to strike." No, no. John, okay, please tell me you're joking. Did he really say that out loud? Oh, see, this sucks when you're sick. If he... Oh my God. Corbett has new stuff in Sanford too. Wendy is certainly worried. When Sanford was, I have to read this again. Oh, you're joking. Okay. Oh my God. I was like, geez, I wouldn't, but here's the thing, John, I believed you because they are idiots. I thought you couldn't get any worse than Rashbaum. I really, really did. I was like, there is no lawyer out there that could measure up to Rashbaum or be worse. These two bumbling idiots are constantly going through papers, whispering in each other's 1 second, Judge. Every time they say 1 second when they're talking to a client or a witness, I know they're going to say, we don't have nothing else to say. No. Get the girl a friggin' watch that zaps her or something. Bloody hell, she's dumb. I'm sorry. How does she get out of bed without hurting herself? Yet, Raven, I know I really believed it. How does she get out of bed without hurting herself? I can't even with that girl. Of course she did. Oh, please tell me he made fun of her. She is a pretty girl. I'm not going to take that away. But she is, she's lacking something upstairs. Hope all are well this evening. Hey, Kosher. We're kind of behind here a day because I was so sick yesterday. Oh, that's brilliant. At the end of the day, when Sanford was testifying, Donna took off her headset. Judge Everett stopped Georgia to tell Donna to put her headset back on. I thought she had narrow ear canals. Oh. Her dizziness is comical, yes. The funny thing was today, Everett was happy for Corbett to get off the stand. Oh, wow. He laughed before they found her. He was professional and didn't mention it in court. Oh, he didn't say, oh, you got lost again? June is doing great for herself these days. She just has nerves, which is understandable, but she's a very intelligent and successful businesswoman. Victoria, I don't want to take anything away from anything that she's done in her life or anything like that, but What is she nervous about? I know she does real estate. Okay, she's got to go around strange people all the time. And is she always late for her meetings? Like, I don't get it. She is sweet. I'm not saying that, but man, oh man. Yeah, I'd say yesterday was boring. Today has some interesting things. Love gems from Corbett's STS saying it's abundantly clear Wendy's days of freedom are numbered. Ooh. Now, here's the thing, Kosher. Is TJ saying that too? Is TJ saying that Wendy's numbered? I get it, Victoria. I get that court makes people nervous, but other witnesses always show up when they're there. He is. That's different. That is different. For TJ to be saying that she's numbered.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
She had a Van Cleef necklace on. Wow.
We are going to resume with the state's case once again this morning. Everyone does have their notepads and pens in their seats. All right. And for the record, the jurors have responded in the affirmative. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Jeff Lacasse.
Oh, right off the bat. $3,500 necklace. She's doing something good for herself. Victoria says, can't wait for you to see reaction to Jeff's testimony. Oh my God, Rochelle, you are going to have to see. Yes, TJ concurred with the theory, but there was another smart guy on there. And of course, the Professor Joe. Consensus was same. Oh, wow.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready, sir.
Oh, John Singer. I like Singer. I agree with you, Tattle.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, pardon me, Jeffreylacasse.
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University
How long have you been at FSU?
since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Have you always lived here in Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
Okay. And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September of 2013.
Okay. What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late February, early March, we were an exclusive couple.
When did the relationship end?
It's a little tricky, but I would mark it at around July 14th,
Okay,
2014.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly before?
Right before, yes.
During the time that you
Okay, so this happened to me the other night too. Is it glitchy for everyone? I'm wondering if it's my StreamYard. I've never had this problem before. It's glitchy for you too, Raven. Oh, bloody hell. Hold on, I'm going to try something else. and see if this works. Give me 1 second, guys, because this is getting ridiculous. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm going to try. Don't know if this is going to work or not. I'm going to try this. Tell me if it's still glitching.
Were dating Wendy Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
Were you aware that it was an unusually difficult or nasty divorce?
I was.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson?
Well, as far as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating. So that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markel?
I met him briefly a couple times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids kind of
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time, never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
thing? The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial. And Wendy and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markel, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markel.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for when he was a difficult person.
Yes.
If you know, did Wendy Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did very badly.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So was Bush. She really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral, very important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after it was fresh then, yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids or to have her be supervised in the presence of the kids because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children?
Yes, I was aware of that.
How
yeah.
did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendy talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact emails and
Her
yes.
presence?
Okay,
yes.
guys,
All right, and if you know,
I'm not seeing glitching on my end. So I'm trying to go through the back part of StreamYard to see if there's a setting or something that's off. Because it's truly not glitching on my end. I agree, Raven. I can't believe Jeff didn't run sooner, but he was under the Wendy Kool-Aid. Yeah, dude, when your girlfriend keeps talking about her ex, it's a red flag. Try a different stream. Oh, it was stormy yesterday, so it buffers a lot till the storm went away. It was glitchy earlier. I watched some of it on STS. Maybe we're all glitching in the matrix. Into the metrics. Okay.
did Wendy take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously. And I'd reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship because every time something was filed, dates would get canceled, Wendy would be in a mood, Wendy would be upset. So
when you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
the entire family, but Wendy was the person I was having contact with.
Right.
But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay. And how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendy? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple.
Also speculation and opinion.
Overruled, he may testify as to his personal knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court, Mr. Goes.
Sure. So conversations with Wendy, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, I described to police as a family without boundaries that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
Opinion.
Stayed as to.
All right. So in your observations let's keep it specific to Donna, if you
Yes.
don't mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce is already final. I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with,
I'm wondering while she's talking, or while Jeff is talking, if she's remembering all the nasty things she said to Charlie about Jeff on the stand for his trial.
Wendy, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, we met her multiple times, but Wendy
Mhm.
had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendy to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together. Wendy's parents would use Wendy's van to transport the kids. So I would come pick Wendy up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him. So that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes?
I don't believe
Donna
Harvey was
alone?
there. I don't believe Harvey was there that time, but he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in.
Kosher, but didn't Charlie's, I'm wondering why they're not released, because Charlie's was released prior to conviction. I wonder why they're not releasing hers. Dr. G explained, did a great job. Yeah, analyzing Wendy and Rob. I like Dr. G. Oh, I can't wait to hear them. I can't.
Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that. But in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendy, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was what almost everything revolved around. So spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendy and I went to, Wendy and I went to alternative spring break in Immokalee, Florida for spring break 2014. After we were done with that field trip of sorts, we went to stay with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent.
I thought Charlie's was released just after conviction. It's possible. It's truly is. I just feel like we've been listening to Charlie phone calls forever. Someone get Jeff a real water bottle. I have to wonder if Jeffrey is actually a smoker. Okay, so yeah, after. Doesn't it feel like we were listening to them prior? I just feel like we've been listening to Charlie's calls for a very, very, very long time.
One evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right. And did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No,
All right. So the only times you met her were here in Tallahassee.
that's correct.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Well, kosher first. Phone calls from prison is going to be right on that one. They're going to be on that really, really quick. Charlie likes to talk. No, they were not released until conviction. Yeah, you guys are right. You're absolutely right. But why? It just seems like we've been listening to them It's probably because during the court case we were hearing some of them. That's probably what I'm thinking. Oh, Jeff is, yeah. But I'm wondering if he's a smoker. He's got that smoker raspy voice.
Just a few that I recall. Sometimes they were really quick because I was just picking Wendy up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom. So it's just that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
She excused herself from the table after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And so
Was that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendy, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just a getting to know you type thing. Just
Okay.
ended fairly quickly.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird that myself, Wendy Adelson, myself.
Yeah, I know you guys are absolutely right. I'm sitting here thinking, going, yeah, absolutely. It's just been a long 2 years for some reason, because it feels like that we've been just listening to Charlie phone calls for umpteen dozen years.
Wendy Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at. Yeah,
All right. And that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie.
correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
I believe that's March 11th, 2014.
You got
How was
that.
Catherine Magbanua related to the Adelson family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I knew her.
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between Wendy Adelson and Catherine Magbanua?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right. At the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at the dinner table, did Catherine Magbanua's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children's father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record. I'm paraphrasing, but it was it sounded like not parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory for that reason.
What happened after dinner?
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
All right. And did Catherine Magbanua go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
All right. So at that time, it would be just the three of you, Wendy, and Charlie.
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Ovid.
Okay. And can you describe the residence there?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice house. Had a hot tub, had a pool.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in the hot tub for a while.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself, Charlie, Wendy, and Dr. Obed at some points. And people were in and out, but those were the four that were.
Raven, I have to stop it for that, because I always thought this. If I was to have gotten in that hot tub, I want to see the cleaning schedule. I want to see the chemicals that were put in there. Oh. No, sir.
in the hot tub.
And during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like, I don't like Danny. It was maybe a overprotective brother anger sort of vibe to it.
New
Okay.
form of hell.
And did
that
he
would
make
be.
some other comment about wrong side of the tracks or something?
Yeah. He's kind of
Sidebars. Let you know what they should do? Allow the outside world to listen into the sidebars. Katie wants to marry a woman in prison. Bloody hell. Hot tub time with them would be worse than being in Satan's soup pot, right? I'd like to know what Harvey keeps writing in that book. Yeah, we can when the transcripts come out. That'd be a hell no for me with Charlie Adelson. You know he's overcompensating for something. Yeah. They do make the sidebars public afterwards. Mentor Lawyer went through the ones with Charlie. But I'm saying they should pipe it out to us so we can hear it as it's happening. That would be nice. Let me try to get through this sidebar.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your line of inquiry, Mr. Kappelman.
Harvey's
Sir, do you
writing
remember
la
the
la la.
statement that I was referencing?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks, that he hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, etc. But he also knew, was familiar, had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
Hangman.
I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, could you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your
All her imaginary friends. John says pretty much no. That Zellman and Fulford's arguments boil down to this makes my client look guilty.
training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor, he's not disclosed as an expert.
Stand, you'll need to establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Kappelman.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of the scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendy. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste, you may speak as to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter. I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So Wendy asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Zellman, sit
Oh.
down. You may testify concerning.
Did I just hear Georgia say stop? I gotta go.
Not the
Did
truth
she
of the
just
matter
do that?
asserted, but how this test.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Zellman, sit down.
I said 5 happened to them when they were a kid.
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled. Mr. Zellman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter.
You hear Georgia say, stop. And then you hear Judge Everett saying, sit down. Oh, that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant.
Memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste, you may speak. As to your knowledge of any
Absolutely.
literature or research on this matter, I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So Wendy asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled. Mr. Zellman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter.
Do you hear Georgia say, stop? I've never heard it. Sometimes she says things out loud that she doesn't mean to. That is hilarious. George is like, stop. Judge Everett, sit down. I'm sorry, guys. I got to hear that one more time.
Establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Kelley.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will admit it. However, as to that
Leah,
limited
she said
issue
stop.
only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of the scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendy. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste, you may speak. As to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter, I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So Wendy asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled. Mr. Zellman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter asserted, but how this affected the state of mind of the heirs.
Your Honor, this has not been disclosed to the defense.
Please approach.
Sit down, Zellman. Stop. I love when Georgia has these little hot mic. I love it. It's almost the same as Wendy, Wendy, Wendy. It's all about Wendy. I was like, wait, that's Georgia saying stop. That must have played well in front of the jury.
Lacoste, if you can step down, please. Step outside the courtroom doors. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else.
Sit down, Zellman.
Everyone can be seated.
No, she wasn't telling Jeff to stop. She was telling Zellman. Oh, that's brilliant. I like Georgia. Even Everett was pissed, though. Sit down. I have a little tidbit for Zellman. Tabs. You need tabs, sir. I think she knows she's on a hot mic too. Already has a coloring book. Hey, wait, where's Ruth? This was day 3. I don't see Ruth there. This whole chat room is out of order. Sorry, Zells. Tabbers are for winners. Oh, she wasn't there. Is she okay? She's not sick, I hope. This whole chat room is out of order. I have no idea, Michael. She's been wearing sunglasses every single day. Hey, Bob. Hey, Lorio. What are they looking up? Jury's not in the room. We're going on break.
I am conceding violation, certainly not intentional. I did not find it. Mr. Rashbaum did not depose this witness, so I'll move on.
Well, the defense requesting from the court to conduct a Ricketson hearing.
It's not intentional. I would concede that. There are a lot of materials in here. I would just, if the state's going to move on, I don't think we need to inquire further.
Well,
Should I get the witness, Judge?
one moment, briefly, so the record is clean on this topic. I will find there has been a discovery violation with regard to the testimony of Jeffrey Lacasse on the subject matter of what was discussed with Wendy Adelson concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the 5th or 6th trial in this.
Only the 4th, Judge.
Excuse me, the 4th trial that has occurred under this set of facts, and there has been a multitude of discovery or interviews or depositions of this witness, but specifically as to this defendant being able to depose this witness on this topic, that did not take place by prior counsel or current counsel. I will find it is trivial, and it has not had a prejudicial effect on the ability of the defense to prepare, since the state is conceding the matter, and no further examination on this topic will take place. The court will give a curative instruction to the jury for them to disregard and not consider as evidence in this matter any testimony that has taken place concerning a conversation between Wendy Adelson and Jeffrey Lacoste as to the children's memories. You may bring in the witness.
Okay. I thought they were gonna get rid of Jeffrey Lacoste completely. And Jane, oh yes, I caught that. Only the fourth judge. Only. There's more to come. So, what did you do, Zelman, that whole time that you took over? Jeffrey Lacoste is a big witness.
Yep.
You didn't want to depose him?
They might be using the bathroom, but once they're ready, yep. You can come back to the witness stand, Mr. Lacoste.
Just for the record, I conferred with the defense counsel about the decision to do a curative instruction, even though it sounded like they weren't asking for it, and it sounds like they're in agreement with that procedure.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I wouldn't know why you would have an adverse.
Well, there could be an argument that it draws more attention to the information, so I just wanted to make sure that their agreement was clear for the record.
Mr. Zelman, do you wish to have the curative or do you not?
The proposed curative is acceptable, Your Honor.
Very well.
Zelman, if you think Jeffrey Lacoste saying 5, 6 years old is going to do your client in, guess what? She's already done it. Her son did it the other day. Can somebody get Jackie a freaking jacket that fits her? It's annoying.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the examination of this witness continues, I am going to give you a brief instruction. The last objection that was raised by the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendy Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, they ain't forgetting it
Around
now.
this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there. Did Wendy Adelson, actually strike that. I'm going to move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir. June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendy Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville. And she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay, and did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get strict.
Objection to hearsay?
Sustained, there's an exception. It's got one.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so
Oh,
the
she's
reason for not
snappy.
going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes. She knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should like rush over there essentially. She had a stomach problem. So I got there as quickly as I could.
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there's no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV. So I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing, or, the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right.
Okay, but couldn't you see that though? I have to say, couldn't you see that it was shattered without turning it on? Am I wrong to think that you could see that a screen was shattered without turning it on? And I also will make a comment about where he said she wasn't very sexual, blah, blah, blah. She used that, right? I'm sure when they first met, she was. And then when she wanted to keep him hanging on and doing her becking, she would use that as a ploy, as a, almost like, oh, well, here, I'll dangle this carrot type thing.
And did she tell you what happened to the TV, how it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV as if, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. And then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television, but it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay. All right, so let's move away from.
Is there, please, dear God, let there be a picture of this TV somewhere? Let Wendy have taken a picture of this TV and sent it to someone. Wouldn't that be great if we could see this TV?
On the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendy Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date, day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendy didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door, appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of her, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th.
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. And I've marked it as States Exhibit 141. You ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
Hey, Patricia.
Right, and this message has
Oh, I bet you there is a picture of this TV out there, guys. I bet you there is. What if one of these two ladies that she was going to meet for lunch, she had sent a text message saying, I might be a little late, TV repair guy coming, and took a picture of the TV.
had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendy Adelson to her brother, Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendy Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says, I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, so there was, that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
It's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's I think really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence case 141.
Oh boy, Wendy, you got caught in another lie.
No objection.
Case 141 is admitted.
That's right,
Okay, I want to
Kristen.
draw your
She lies about
attention
the little
next
things.
to a disagreement that occurred with Wendy Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendy about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal
It was
disagreement.
verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah.
Okay, and did
I
that
called
exchange
her
of
a
words
bitch.
lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did. A very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was,
That's the morning of It's 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, morning of the 30th.
Morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah.
I agree.
When we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple of weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple of weeks when it easily could have ended.
Mm-hmm.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right. So about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder. Is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay. Well, we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge. I'm going to approach and show you what's been.
So, George, I'm out of the loop. I was sick yesterday and I'm just catching up now. But people said that Charlie was brought into the courthouse today. Don't hold me to it because I don't know where that information came from. But I can't imagine him being brought into the courthouse if he's not going to testify. That doesn't make any sense to me unless Georgia requested him to come to her office to have a little one-on-one talk. That's the only reason I could think that he would be brought into the courthouse.
Introduce evidence. Is that evidence was taken?
Right, Patricia? Oh, I'm here for that.
That was in the PowerPoint, so you're not gonna find it. All right, we'll start back to Aqua Ridge. So we're on the disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July
No.
13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it was just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendy got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future of our relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, I was just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push?
I agree. I still say Donna's going to have to testify 100%. They haven't walked her away from it where she doesn't have to. Defense has been so wrecked. Donna will 100% testify. Watching her explain everything will be sick. Yes, but I don't think Donna will testify this week. If anything, it'll be Monday or Tuesday. Because I think Donna's whole defense will be blaming it all on Charlie and Wendy. I agree. Don't let her take the stand. You don't want to see Donna on the stand, Kristen? Oh, I want to see her on the stand.
for the relationship. And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar, the objection is overruled pending
For Canadians, it
the
is.
other
Yep.
matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something
Well,
happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendy a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer,
Objection. Gonna repeat the same objection or same court's ruling.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
she
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenged her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Danny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce president because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendy told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but well, this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. She was dead serious when she
Okay.
said this, and she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay. So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the
We
murder.
added more
Yes.
to that
Did you
than
see
last
Wendy
time.
Adelson on that date?
Yes, we had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed.
Mhm.
But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point, and then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Not too sure about that, George. I know she's still under state subpoena. I just don't know if she was allowed to leave Tallahassee or not.
Okay. What happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga, because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. And she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week. So I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly, and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there. And
Yes.
You're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after me. I turn around, and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip, and she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why at that moment she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday, when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markel was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
Right? If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendy that day, what would your route have been?
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendy knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to it Atlanta for dinner and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11 and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay. So physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with where the killers, how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay. And after this,
It's so fitting, isn't it, Raven? Weakest link. She went by, she had to go to the crime scene. All of this, the weakest link. Smart, but weakest link.
yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendy?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence as states 64 GG. Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
Yes.
All right, so is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's asking, well, I considered her, like, based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I told her if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text. She sends me this, which strings everything out for a week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb. I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of July. And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world's going to happen July 21st. But I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants to have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay.
If you're okay, I have to ask the men in chat. If a woman sends you an email and says no contact for a week, are you ever going to contact her after that week? Armand, I have to wonder that, right? Why extend the relationship by another week? I don't get it. Is it a timeline thing? Well, my idea to this, my opinion, is if they were truly trying to set him up, right? And at the yoga, she kind of broke it off. You would want to stay friendly. So if they did accuse him and all this, he didn't say, well, hey, my girlfriend's family. She would want him to still be under her thumb. So I think that's what that email was truly about. I really, really think that it was like, oh, wait, I shouldn't break it off right now. I should keep him on the leash a little bit longer.
All right, I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. I can show you that. Recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Moving evidence 86A.
Any objection? There you are. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time you were dating Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like, art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th. 13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall. The one time I'd ever seen her do that.
They like to do things by email.
And I want to ask you about I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. I understand the court's prior rule.
Objection is overruled.
Wendy and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me, and we had 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner. And at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect? in this
Yes.
murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So
Rather
you
than this-
changed your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided
Thank
law
goodness you
enforcement with
did.
some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
And I don't, Gina, they thought and apparently still think that Tally, PD, and LE are stupid. I'm wondering if they actually thought they were stupid, Jane, or they just hoped that if the police went down the wrong rabbit hole for a while, it would draw attention away from the Miami connection. No, this was way before Katie's arrest. This was about 4 weeks after the murder. And I think that Charlie gave her details of what happened or what Dan looked like, and that's what made her vomit. Even Helen Keller could see that Jeff would not be capable of killing somebody, right? Donna had a good idea for Harvey's birthday present after meeting Jeff up north, and then Wendy travels down to Miami to introduce him to Charlie. Donna's birthday idea was Jeff as the patsy. Yep. It was the missing link to their birthday present, right? It was the bow on top of the present. Wendy's got a magic hoo-ha under that gray dress, yeah. Must be pure sunshine. Sunshine and just a big old rainbow comes out of it. She squirts Skittles. Oh, I did not say that.
At some point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, once successfully, obviously.
Are you familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally rented by the killers in June to make that June trip?
I am.
And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car. on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I marked as state's demonstrative exhibit G. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Permission to publish G, Your Honor?
You may.
I have one more moment to confer, please. No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
Be ready. They really annoy me. I think so, George. I do.
Morning.
Good morning.
And it's Dr. Lacoste, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine.
Have you testified that it was your understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
It was, I'm hearing this stuff from Wendy.
Okay.
Um,
Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression, information coming from Wendy.
Okay. And so the only person that you spoke with about how the family took things was from Wendy.
Putting Charlie's,
Aside from Charlie in the hospital,
aside from Charlie in the hot tub, it was all through Wendy. That's correct, sir.
isn't it true that you found Wendy? Let me find the exact quote.
Tabs, sir. Tabs.
Didn't you find Wendy to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
Stay. And Mr. Lacoste, you are only to respond to the question that you are asked. Members of the jury, the portions of the answer that were non-responsive, you were not considered. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. You yourself do not have any personal knowledge as to how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
I hope Wendy's watching. Your mom is tossing
Isn't
you
it
under
true
a
that
bus.
you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
That's correct.
Now let's talk about the damage to the television that you observed in June of 2014. Can you tell us again how you described that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern, like in the center of the screen, and it radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on. You can track it, but it's not pleasant, and you would never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's insistence, which was why I remember this. It was a very strange evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has, 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Made it difficult to even really watch or enjoy the movie.
That's right.
Could you tell us about how big that impact was?
Fist sized.
Adult or child?
I don't remember with that precision.
You testified about a statement that Wendy Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014 that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman.
Her brother, Charlie.
Her brother, Charlie.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, no further questions. How much do you want to bet? No further questions. Oh my God, they waste time like a good thing. Oh, one more question? Okay. This wasting time is ridiculous, though. Judge Everett should say something.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
I was right.
You may step down, Mr. Coates. Please call your next witness.
June. June, where are you? I am too, Raven. It's ridiculous. That's okay. You're allowed to be, John. I've heard that, Patricia. Yep. You can afford a Hummer, but not a jacket that fits her.
Don't tell me she's lost. To all bailiffs, United States Marshals, the FBI, please track down our next witness.
12 bailiffs, marshals, FBI's, please track down our next witness. Oh God, you gotta love Everett.
Jurors need to use the restroom during this period.
Yes, we
Bailiff, please take the jurors to the restroom.
Oh my God. Seriously, did she not learn from the last time? Bloody hell. I get it. I get people are gonna say, oh, she's nervous. Everybody's nervous. She just don't know how to tell time.
10:25. Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, the bailiffs will assist you at this time.
Junum Jinda. Seriously, put a bunch of Louis Vuittons out there like Hansel and Gretel so she can find her way back to the courthouse. Seriously. It takes 20 minutes to find her. Bloody hell. Put a bunch of Louis down. She'll find her way back. Yep. Leave a trail of Tiffany cufflinks. Yep. June was late again. Yep. Oh, yeah, that was brilliant. And then hold on a minute. I got to make sure I didn't press snooze. The music of Madonna's song Vogue will play as June enters the courtroom. Oh my God. Oh, there she is.
Everyone can be seated.
Hallmark
They bring in
movie
the
coming
next
looking
witness.
for June. It's like Find Waldo. Bloody hell.
Here. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so you can be heard. You may examine.
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June Umshinda.
Will you spell that, please?
My name's June.
The first name is June, and the last name is Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
How do you know her?
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Okay,
She
when
is
did
a
you
pretty
date Charlie
girl.
Adelson?
I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I met him after the murder.
Okay, do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating?
She is
It was
beautiful.
October.
And then broke up in what month of 17?
In June.
Okay, can you describe for the jury what the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Adelson was like?
Well, in the beginning, he was not, him and his family were not being investigated by anything. So it was just a normal relationship we had.
Him and his family were not being investigated by anything. Anything. Maybe him and his family weren't being investigated by anyone, or yeah, but they weren't being investigated by anything. That must have made them feel really good that they weren't being investigated by anything. Yeah, he wasn't being investigated, so it was a normal relationship. Oh, June. No, she never went to visit Charlie. I do believe she made a few calls to Charlie, but her birthday thing to him when she testified in his trial, and she leaned over the table and was like, "Happy birthday, by the way." She's a very pretty girl. She always looks really, really good. This girl actually goes to church just down the road from me. Oh, so you know June Mjinda? Yeah. June says, I think Charlie's a great guy, except for being a murderer. It was a fairy tale until he was a murderer. Yeah, she's a beautiful girl. I won't take that away, but she's got some little bit of scruples not screwed in so tight up there.
Everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6.
Well, Brian, if you didn't want to say hello for you, you could say, Crime and Coffee says hello. Just saying.
I would say.
And when you met her, was that at family events or what type of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were very close.
They worked together?
At times, Charlie works at many offices. So when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business?
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
Authentic and honest. Have you seen her proffer? Charlie's trial, she tried to backtrack on everything she said in her interview. So, honest, I don't give her that. Authentic, we know who she is. So I'll give her that, but I don't say honest. Oh my God. How do you tickle Junam Jinda? Gucci, Gucci, Gucci. Yeah, she tried to backtrack on everything she said in that interview in Charlie's trial. It was clear as day she was lying on that stand.
In control, like, can you describe?
Like the
What do you
matriarch of the family. She was the one that everyone looked to be in charge.
She played a motherly role, yes, in the family.
Did you meet Wendy Adelson?
I have.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Okay, I have
Were
to
you
say
and
this.
Charlie
I'm
Adelson?
sorry. I'm not want to pick on June. I don't. What do you mean? You don't understand the word control. Can you explain that? What do you mean? How do you not understand what the word control means? Oh, Lord.
And living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place and we were together 24/7 since we met. So
basically living together.
yes.
Does she talk about the horrible picture of her?
During
Does she?
what you've described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship with Mr. Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
In the beginning,
Yes.
Just stress from work, the normal day to day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
Okay. During that portion of your relationship, what did you know, if anything, about the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea who Dan Markel was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Is that a topic that came up?
All I know about Dan Markel is that Charlie told me he was murdered and shot in the head. In the garage. Murdered and shot in the head. Am I just hearing that wrong?
One time or more
We'll get
than
on.
one time?
It was one time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before they suspected him or his family. So no, it did not come up, just that one time.
Okay, and did you previously say, did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I
okay.
was,
You had a
yes.
chance to review it?
Many times, yes.
And in that interview, did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
If it's there, yes, I said that.
All right. And then there was a time, which are you familiar with the bump in which law enforcement approached Donna Adelson posing as a gang member or a
Yes,
criminal?
ma'am.
Okay. And in that, after that bump, did everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn about that?
I might have even learned about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on
Okay.
after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you?
No.
In what ways did Charlie Adelson's behavior begin to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra stressed and anxious, worried, depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right. And at some point, I guess you learned through the media that Charlie was under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do you know around what time that was?
I believe it was like May or June when Louis
Did we lose volume?
You
Oh,
did
we lost
learn
volume.
some
Okay.
things from the media about this case. Was there something that stood out to you about how the hitmen said they were paid?
I did read the affidavit and everything, which said Lewis or
It seems like the feed at some point lost volume. Oh, I'm going to ask a quick question. Did anybody hear what time Everettside Court starts tomorrow?
he mentioned they were paid in staples, like bundles of
And-
cash with
And
staples.
why
in
did
it.
that stand out to you?
Because I noticed that Charlie stapled his money, or he had money that was stapled.
Okay, so you had seen that in his residence before?
Right
time,
after
Jane?
I read that, so after I
After you-
found out that the money was stapled.
After you found out the money was stapled, you saw the stapled money?
Or no, sorry, let me think. I can't remember the exact moment, but I know when I saw the money, a red flag came up, and I was like, after the fact that I saw it, I was thinking, oh, I think Lewis said he got paid in some stapled cash, and I mentioned to Charlie that he should just put a paper clip in it. Instead, we talked about the staples. So
Okay, but you had seen, before learning that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, had you not seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence?
before the hitmen were paid,
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks,
I
guys.
didn't know Charlie back then when the hitmen were
I'm
paid.
sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, before you learned that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, which you learned from the media, you had seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence.
It was after, because when I saw it, I was thinking to myself, that's strange, the staples, and then it clicked. So it was after I saw.
After you saw the article or the TV broadcast, you then observed it. in his
After I
residence,
found
and
out.
that's when it clicked.
Yes.
Okay. And the stapled money that you saw was $100 bills stapled
thanks,
into
John.
$1,000 bundles. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was quite a few of them that you saw, right?
Right.
Okay. During the time between, I guess, the few weeks before that
Yes.
article was published, so between what we now know was the bump and when all of this came to light, did you notice Charlie beginning to communicate more with Catherine Magbanua?
I believe I saw like a message from her, or they were on the phone once or something like that. I asked him about it.
Okay, did you previously in your law enforcement interview indicate that you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, like, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? You remember that?
I do. So I was referring to the episode where it shows him and Katie going back and forth on the calls. And then I told Charlie and said, like, you never talked to me like that. So I was wondering why he talked so much to her.
Isn't it
At that
true
time.
that you noticed him talking to her at odd hours prior to the media broadcast?
No, that was all in regards to the episode that I saw, that they showed him talking to her at odd hours.
You don't remember telling law enforcement that it was weird because he didn't wake up early, and you saw that there were on the phone the times that they were talking, and it was like 7 or 8, and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together. So
Okay. Have you
Rochelle, did you hear the part where Donna rented a house for Wendy and Tally using her maiden name before Dan knew she was leaving? Yep. Yep. If my BF talked to his mother that much, I'd decorate his house with red flags. Yeah. And John, you're right. She's lying. If you want to go after her interview, she's lying here.
You described him as being paranoid during this time frame.
Yes.
Okay. And did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was being tapped?
Yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Catherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly. She worked at her front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
And was at the time that the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was
Jane,
the
it
most
was about
recent
the money.
ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
I agree, George.
All right, and then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her arrest?
It was worse.
Okay. And can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression, and our whole relationship just took a big turn, and I wasn't sure why. In the beginning, he was just acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So
Did he become angry, short-fused?
at certain times, he would.
Okay, and I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, trick chair. Around the time right after Katie's arrest, is that the time frame where these behaviors escalated?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up. So
And was one of those emotions anger?
at some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
Has your partner had a change in mood, behavior, diet? It's time to ask yourself if they've committed a murder. Oh my God.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I saw one more phone that he got and then it disappeared. So it was just a short period of time. He had another phone.
At some point during this time frame, did Charlie Adelson begin communicating with you via WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia because it's like, I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp. So he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
Was he only communicating with you via WhatsApp when he was in Asia, or did he do it when he
We
came
just
back?
developed the habit after he got back. We just spoke on there all the time.
Do you know if he was communicating with Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun around this time?
He always has guns around because he has his license to carry. So he didn't physically sleep with the gun, but he has one in his nightstand and
He had
all
one
over the place. So.
in his nightstand. Had.
What about Wendy Adelson? Did you notice an issue between Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
All right, and did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the.
Is it just me, guys, or every time they zoom in on Donna, I always in my mind see the Donna of the bump. And it's always shocking to see her this way when I picture her as the Donna from the bump.
Case, yes.
Okay, do you remember exactly when that was?
Not exactly. I don't know if I should guess or not.
No, please don't.
No,
Okay,
please
so
don't.
What was there a time frame where Wendy and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
What about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
Okay, and did you describe her as a mess?
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What does a mess mean?
Just like mentally upset and physically drained or not their usual self.
All right, was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
And was there a time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markel?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life. So she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave or them. I don't know. Whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave,
Sorry,
like haunting
can't do
her or
it.
something.
In reference to that, yes. I don't, yeah.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Wait, where are you going? Where are you going?
Okay.
Where? Oh, June keeps on giving. Wait, hold up. You've been through this 3 times. You should know by now. Billy Bruce, I see Donna to the Wheel Watcher and Donna Miami Beach, Sporty Grandma. And that there's this version of Donna that looks like a lonely, desperate nursing home resident, right? That's how, Victoria, I swear, every time I see her, I'm like, this isn't Donna. Oh my God. All right. Thank you. Starts to leave. Bloody hell.
Judge,
Oh.
can I ask one more question on this?
Go ahead.
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magdanoa's breast augmentation?
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it. Yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing. And then he said, like he said he paid for one or something and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts, half of the work.
Right. But he was laughing, so it was just a joke.
If Charlie were there in the room, he'd be googly eyed and covering his mouth, snickering when June got up to leave. Absolutely. He did like them not too bright. Bloody hell. I can't believe you just did that. Yes, right, Jane? Mm-hmm. You know what her mama says? She's beautiful, but she's not too
Morning, ma'am.
bright.
Good morning.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Josh Zellman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
I just really have a few questions. There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time. Yes.
Okay. You previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute.
Wow.
He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you testified, there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out that it was stapled, because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he had it stacked in $100 bills in groups of 1,000. He'd put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right. I didn't see him staple them, but
But you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled already.
You saw that it was stapled,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes,
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
he did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
And I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
Why she have to drink her water like that?
So you did an initial interview. You've been deposed. You testified in Catherine McBanawaz's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right. This is my fourth trial.
Okay. So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. You recall telling law enforcement that?
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Hey, Jackie, if you're making a point when you first start questioning her about the police interview being her not being told it's being recorded, they weren't going to use it, you sure as hell are referring to it many, many times. So if you want to make that a point, Jackie, stop referring to it. Oh.
When you testified, let's see, when you testified in Katie McBanawaz's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her, in Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train of
testified,
thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said she was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
What's the page and line?
Let's see, it would be page 1196. Well, it starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like, if they were those exact words, I think she was just so like stressed out and upset that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
Well, the word
If
still
it
came out
says
of her
it
mouth.
there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct? Every single time that you've given these, I'm sorry. You were under oath, correct?
I'm sorry.
Please answer out loud all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the answer was yes.
Oh, I
you
want
were
to
under oath.
smack her. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Mm.
I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
Oh, guess what? No further questions. Yep. And she also faked having cancer. She's a good person to represent Donna Adelson.
Any redirect examination?
Yes, Brian. The disability that seriously interferes with her ability to perform her judicial duties was pill popping. That's what the disability was. They gave her an out to keep her head up high. But yeah. Pill popping. And she also lied and said she had cancer. She was using her office and forcing people, well, actually threatening people in her office to vote for a certain person in her county. Oh yeah, she's a wicked ass woman. Yeah. Miracle recovery. Yeah. No, it was pill popping. That was her disability.
No, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
You may step down at this point.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Are you chewing gum? If you are, please spit it out before you start walking.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Fitzpatrick.
She smiles at Donna. Oh my God, she smiles at Harvey. Brian says, forget this lady. I was giving her the benefit of the doubt, but no, she is not hot. Here comes Ryan. Oh, Ryan's put on some weight.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
No, he will
You may take
never.
your seat.
That was
Please
brilliant,
speak
Bob.
loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you friends with Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013,
I've kind of had always a little crush on Ryan Fitzpatrick.
2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We're very close
Acquaintances?
friends. Yes, ma'am.
Close friends.
Yep.
And based on your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, was he really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister, Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did they feel about Dan Markel, if you know?
I'm gonna check, they haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything
We
related to my
don't
client.
receive objections. Please sit down.
I'll
So
re-ask
stay.
the question.
Oh, he
How
tells
did Donna
another one to
Adelson
sit
feel
down.
about Dan Markel?
Didn't like Dan.
Okay. And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Catherine McBanawa one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am. She was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriends.
Okay, so she didn't stand out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like
Oh, I know. And that's why I say it was in the beginning until I found out all of that.
the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how is that?
Stapled money, 10/100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by stapled money by Charlie Adelson before. That's how I know.
Okay. And when the murder of Dan Markel occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am,
I
it was
agree
prior
there.
to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer,
Although I don't know how I'm holding myself back with Harvey in the audience. I just don't know. It's a toss up, Kosher. Luis or Harvey?
as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, nobody, it was odd because it wasn't.
Okay. So you were aware of it? that it
Mhm.
happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was,
Okay. But nobody talked about it?
no, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the bump, where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And did Charlie Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom being
Yes, ma'am.
approached? Okay. And prior to that, had Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So when this happened with his mother, did his demeanor change? How was he acting about this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty, just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make
Can't
a
spell
statement
throb
to you
without
about
rub.
murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut, and implied murder.
All right. After the arrests that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the three suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you
When the others were arrested,
when the other arrests occurred?
yes, ma'am. That behavior continued to increase.
Okay. So he was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot,
That was horrible.
and
In
he talked a lot
general?
about it. Yes, ma'am.
And he talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to help himself believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face, until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you're like, oh, okay, and you believed it, but
Okay.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about this case.
Yes, ma'am.
No
Mhm.
further questions.
Nobody understands why she's allowed to be a lawyer. I agree. Family trait. He's put a lot of weight on in his face.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by a video.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie. No, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were friends,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
Has
Holy shit, guys. Honestly, Charlie's got to be watching this. Somebody's got to be telling Charlie. Rashbaum went after Ryan. Her lawyers, even with June, are going after Charlie. They're just keeping going on about, yeah, he had this money, right? Yeah, he stapled this money. Oh my God. If Charlie knew how much his mother's lawyers were throwing him under the bus every single day, bloody hell.
safe in his house, and that's where he kept his money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a
Yeah.
feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markel, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down.
I hope you drove this time, Ryan. Oh no, he wouldn't be able to drive.
Sir,
I forgot.
please call your next witness.
State calls Mary Hull.
Oh no.
We're going to need to speak here first. We were provided with some information before
Today or to the speaking objection. Your Honor.
It's not a speaking.
Hold on, stop talking. Please take jurors to the jury room.
Georgia is on it. Oh, thank you so much, Jane. Thank you. Yeah, I actually was able to eat something this evening, so that was great. Little fearful,
You see
but
that
it was great.
The topic that needs to be addressed, please ask to approach, but no gratuitous statements need to be made in front of the jurors.
I apologize to the court, Judge. I thought this was something that had been worked out previously with the state, and I should not have made those comments. I apologize.
You need to speak with Ms. Holt before she testifies.
We do, Judge.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't on last night, Kosher, doing a review. I ended up with food poisoning, and I was just done. It was horrible. Thank you so much again, Jane.
Anything you heard concerning this?
Yes, sir.
Very well. How long will it take to speak to Ms. Hall about this matter?
It should not take long, but maybe 15 minutes, Judge?
For scheduling purposes, I think for direct, maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not sure about cross, so whatever the court would like to do with that.
All right, let's put jurors then on early lunch. During this time, defense can speak with Mrs. Hall about any topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we can put them on the lunch break.
These breaks, these defense breaks are ridiculous. And I'm sorry, Jackie used to be a judge. She should know you don't do speaking objections. I keep activated charcoal tabs around. My husband had food poisoning 2 days, bad. I finally got him to take those and he was eating within an hour. Oh, I need to get some of those. I've only ever had food poisoning once before, and I'm telling you, it's painful. Yeah, I never gave her credit. But I get it. Once you know about Jackie, then it's a different story. Ginger products. Yeah, I had some ginger ale this morning and some soda crackers. Tested that to see if I could keep it down.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, we're going to take an early lunch break today. Once again, I'm going to remind you of the instructions that you have received before, not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. If anyone attempts in any way to speak to you about this case or talk to you, please make sure you report that matter to the bailiff so I can deal with it appropriately. Also, during the lunch break, do not look at any information about this case or any of the news reporting. Again, you may eat together if you choose to do so, but the only prohibition is discussing this case. We will get started again at 12:35. Please make sure you have reported by 12:30. Enjoy your break. We'll resume at that point.
Come on, people. How many fake cancer survivors do you know who are an attorney and an undertaker? Impressive. She sure is. Charcoal absorbs any toxins when you go to the hospital for food, alcohol, most poisons, things. They will fill you with activated charcoal. I travel with it in my vehicle. Never bought Pepto again. Oh, wow. Mary Hall. Was there any new information from Mary Hall, or was it the same old, same old? Because we can skip her. She was boring in Charlie's trial, too.
Everyone can be seated. For the parties, please report back at 12:30 as well. This should give the defense an opportunity to speak with Mrs. Hall and have your midday break as well. Does anything else need to be addressed?
Just one thing, Judge. The state is going to present a PowerPoint presentation during Mrs. Hall's testimony, and I do have an objection, a hearsay objection to slide 38. It's a text messaging conversation between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and Harvey's statements would be hearsay, and that was ruled on yesterday as well.
And I, may I respond, Judge?
Go ahead.
Let me pull up the slide just a moment.
And it was also a statement before the conspiracy judgment, December 14th, 2012.
Oh my God. Did these lawyers do anything to prepare for this
Judge,
trial?
I believe the court has seen this before, but I can also provide the court with a copy. Slide 38 is a text message exchange between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson from 2012, where they are discussing having a large amount of cash. And I plan to ask Ms. Hull, did the family keep a large amount, or did the family keep cash? Did they have access to a lot of cash? Did they have, did they give cash discounts after dental practice? And this is an example of them taking whatever, okay, taking whatever cash that they did receive and keeping it as opposed to depositing it in the bank. And so I do think that it's probative and more probative than it is prejudicial.
STS said this case should go to jury mid next week. Well, I'm hoping it doesn't go to jury until the 4th or the 5th. Because I literally took those 2 days off so I could watch it and not review it. So I'm thinking, what's today? Today's Wednesday. I can't see the state resting until Friday. And then defense would start their case on Monday. I think they're going to have more witnesses than just Donna. I think they're going to try to have an expert to try to talk down the Corbett stuff. No court on Monday? Oh, is it a holiday in the States too? We'll get up and say we got nothing. It sounded like Rashbaum, right? Basically, when he said Charlie Adelson, we've got nothing. Defense only has an expert on digital media and Donna. Oh, it's Labor Day in the States too. Well, gosh darn it. Okay, so that means, so Monday's the 1st. So there's no court. So that would mean defense would start their case on the 2nd. They said they needed 6 days though. You know, George is they're going to keep Donna up there for quite a while. So that would be the 5th. Go to jury on the 5th. That's fine by me. That's fine by me. I booked the 4th and the 5th off just in case. Because I'm like, no way. Charlie said about the same thing. There's no way I was missing this verdict. No way.
I believe the objection is hearsay, not that it's relevant.
Okay. Yeah, let me see. Harvey is the one making the statement.
All depends if she has to do a rebuttal
I mean,
after
okay,
the
so the
case.
statement is, I have too much cash, and talking about there's no tax advantages for a large gift, except that he has too much cash. But we're not proving it to prove he has too much cash at that time. We're using it to prove this family keeps a large amount of cash outside of, banking institutions. They have a lot of cash, and that would be relevant to them having.
Get the hell out of Miami is what she's thinking. That's what she's thinking. They would leave Miami.
A large amount of cash at the time that these payments were made.
So you're not offering the statement for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather a separate claim.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted in these messages, but rather the fact that they had cash in general and kept cash out of banks.
And that is for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. She's trying to use this, a hearsay statement from a person who's not a party to this litigation. There's an argument in Charlie's trial, but here, this is not about Donna. And they say they're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but then she turned around and said, we're using it to prove they have a lot of cash. So they are using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
What would be the other issue that's being offered forms given if it's not for the truth of the matter asserted? As Fulford has made a good point.
I think that if it were for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be that he has too much cash on this date and there's no tax advantage of this gift. But we're using it to show that they keep a large amount of cash outside of banking institutions, that they have a large amount of cash in general. That's just the distinction I'm saying. But the statement is, I have too much cash.
Splitting the hair is pretty thin. On that matter, I'll reserve a ruling for now. Do you have a copy of slide 38 that I can review?
Yes, sir.
So weird to me. It's so very weird to me that a lot of this stuff that was allowed in Charlie's trial is not being allowed in Donna's trial.
I'll be right back with it.
Oh, there goes Steinbeck. Look at everybody filing out. My God, we had enough of this shit today. Oh, that'd be awesome if that's true kosher. I wonder if she can leave Tallahassee. Because they paid for her to come there, right? So if she left, she's got to be, you know what? I don't think she's left Tallahassee. Because if she's still under the subpoena, the state paid for her to get there. She's got to be ready on a moment's notice to show up at that courthouse. No, I really do like John Steinbeck, and I'm telling you, he's a very, very nice guy. I when I used one of Carl's videos, I had asked Carl and John if I could review their video. And he's like, yeah, go right ahead. Super nice. John was super nice. Highly doubt it. She don't want to be seen anywhere near them. Same as her mom's right there too, right? She probably didn't go and do a visit with her mom. Probably can't though. If she's a subpoenaed witness, she probably couldn't. Oh, I knew what you meant. Break.
In May and this one. And it's also my understanding the defense has several objections to some of the communication in the PowerPoint that they've had since May. And
too,
so
please.
we may need to speak to the court before Sergeant Corbett testifies.
All right, concerning this exhibit, and at this point, I'm going to refer the parties back to the scheduling order, specifically the portion of the order that dealt with if things are not timely raised, they can be deemed as waived. Are these matters going to any constitutional issue of evidence that were obtained in violation of the defendant's rights?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
As the violation, or as these matters would not be constitutional in nature, why should they be heard now if they were not previously raised, the deadline that was given in the prior scheduling orders?
Judge, the only explanation I have for not having raised this previously is the amount of information that we were provided beginning in April.
And several continuances were granted to accommodate you on that basis.
There was one trial continuance, yes, Your Honor.
And multiple, I believe, deadlines were extended as well, at least 3 or 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
On that basis, why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
Right. What are you raising for the record?
Well, I don't know how this applies to the new one. It's one of the reasons why I forwarded it immediately to my expert to see how it has changed. I don't know how the pagination has changed.
I love Judge Everett. Why? Charlie cannot have visitors when you're a prisoner and you've moved, but visitation is withheld at least 30 days, 90 in some spots. No commissary, no visitors, no calls. I get that, Kosher. But if I was the state, I would say waive that. Because all calls, all visitor stuff is recorded. I would say waive it. Because God only knows what you're gonna get, what piece of tidbit you're gonna get. If I was the state, I would ask Leon County to waive it. Oh, same with me. I'm like, I want a buzzer. I want a buzzer. But I would ask the state to waive that. Absolutely.
So if we could have some time to review that, it might resolve some of what I'm objecting to. Some of the objections had to do with hearsay. I understand the court's ruling concerning allowing the state to prove up the co-conspirator exception as we move through the trial, so that will probably apply to the vast majority of what the objections were. But if I could have a few moments to review this, please.
Ms. Dugan, as you stated, you may have a few moments. As you stated before,
Listen
we're
to
not
him
talking about
begging.
new information. This is just being packaged in a different way.
Correct, and all the communication that defense let me know that he is objecting to, which is essentially all the text message communication, all of that remains the same and has remained the same not only in what we sent him in May before the deadline, but I believe it was all the same as well in the presentation that was provided to Ms. Adelson's previous attorneys before that trial.
Very well. Deputy Phillips, if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits specifically, there was the pretrial scheduling order. Also last Friday, I provided each party the opportunity to go through these items if they were still disputed. Neither side took me up on it. At this point, we're not going to be wasting time on exhibits that could have been objected to and ruled upon. Take your 10 minutes now.
I've started the timer. Oh yeah, she wouldn't go, but Harvey would. Harvey would go. And I'd want to see if there was any information being passed between those two during the trial. Yes, yes, yes. I think so. I absolutely think so, Bumble. Because it makes sense not arresting her when she got off the stand. Because A, it might get back to the jury, blah, blah, blah. And you don't want to cause any issues with Donna. Donna's trial. I apologize. And, yeah, I think that there's no way they're going to let her go after Donna gets convicted. No, she's going bye-bye. I would predict that Wendy Adelson, depending on the verdict day, is arrested right after. That's my prediction. I would look just like Sarah. Looking forward to the jail calls where Donna and Charlie talk about how dumb Tallahassee jurors are. Yep. I hope that gets in. I really do. Oh. Okay. Everett's typing, these bunch of assholes are wasting my time again today. But Dave, what if there's already one that's sealed right now? What if there's already one that's waiting? You know, the wealthy say no white after Labor Day. What is the rule on orange after Labor Day? Asking for my friend Donna. I have a funny feeling. Yep, I do. What if it's sealed? What if an indictment is already been sealed and it's just waiting? I have a funny feeling.
Everyone can be seated.
Also remember,
Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful midday break at this point.
they could go ahead with the warrant like they did with Donna until the grand jury was seated, because they could possibly say she's a flight risk. They could do it that way too.
We're going to continue with the state's case. Ms. Dugan, you may call the state's next witness.
I'm all for a Wendy Adelson first appearance in a jail garb. Oh, I'm all for it.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to offer will be the truth?
It will.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Do we
and
skip
adjust the
Mary
microphone
Hall?
if you need to.
Good afternoon. Will you introduce yourself?
Oh, Dave, it would be Christmas for the rest of the till she was on trial. Every single hearing would be Christmas. Oh, imagine her first pretrial hearing where her fillers are all starting to fall out of her face. What did Bumble say? Do you think they are hiding her for the verdict and may have a new outfit and home for her? Oh, I hope so. I really do. Oh, this lady had some interesting Wendy facts. Perfect. Forget Xmas. This week is Hanukkah. Presents every night.
Yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Yes, my name is Mary Hull, Maryhull.
Where do you currently work?
The Executive Office of the
Great
Governor
back,
in
guys.
the Chief Inspector General's office,
And where did you work when you first became involved in this case?
the Department of Financial Services, in the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
And what was your role there and in your current job?
Currently, I'm an auditor. In the position in DFS, I was a financial investigator.
All right. And were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes,
Okay. As a financial investigator there, did you investigate economic crimes?
we did. It was a criminal investigative unit for the state of Florida.
And how long did you work in investigations there?
Investigations there 7 years.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education and your experience in order to be a financial investigator?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have 22 years of financial analysis, auditing, and financial investigative work for both the state of Florida and the United States Attorney's Office.
And has much of that 20 years been doing white collar crime investigations?
10 years, I did white collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Okay. And were these like multi-agency financial investigations for both state courts and federal?
There were several that were multi-agency investigations. I did both state and federal at the same time. But I also worked at the United States Attorney's Office for 3 years, and we did all criminal economic crime there.
And what's your specific area of expertise? Is it forensic accounting?
Yes, I do forensic accounting, which is a very detailed analysis of financial records to be used in court.
You mentioned that you're a certified fraud examiner. What does that mean?
You have to take special training to actually be certified to do financial crime.
And are you in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners?
I am.
While a financial investigator, did you also receive in-service training?
I did. As a criminal investigator, additional training in search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, the chain of custody protocol, as well as witness interviewing techniques.
And have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
About how many times?
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
The defense wishes to hire the witness. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of I believe this is for
Forensic accounting.
forensic accounting.
No objection.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area or provide an opinion in the field of forensic accounting while she testifies today. You may continue.
So you mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016. What was your role? What was your responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records, specifically was my first look at the records to analyze and detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak up in this hall and we're having problems here?
Right.
So why not charge them with labor law violations, money laundering? Why they're at it? I think that's how they get Harvey. Honestly, I think they're waiting for Harvey for that. Yes, I saw her snap out of that daydream.
I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about first, kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you questions about your review. Did you review States Exhibit 68, which is going to be the Adelson Institute's subpoena response?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to Catherine.
She was dreaming that they never knew what email was.
Maganawa's employment?
It was.
And were those records from September of 2014 to 2016?
That sounds correct.
May of 2016, in fact.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review States Exhibit 75, which is Dr. Rudner's records for a breast augmentation for Catherine Maganawa?
I did.
Did you also review 76, State 76, which is Broward dermatology records for possible Maganawa employment from there?
Yes.
Okay, and are those records from July of 2015 to March of 2016?
Yes.
Moving on to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Did you review State 69, which is going to be the records for the Lexus acquired by Catherine Maganawa?
Kosher, that's why I say it's going to be an FBI. And it's going to be federal. I don't think it's going to be state. I think it's going to be federal, and it's going to be on money laundering. I know he's 81, but they could still get him on money laundering.
And 77, 78, 79, and 80, which are vehicle and motorcycle records for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera.
I did.
Did you review bank accounts for the Adelson family?
I did.
Does that include accounts for Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And I won't go through all of those accounts, but did you review checking and savings accounts for them, personal and professional accounts for them, as well as investment accounts?
That's correct.
And how many total investment accounts did you review?
I believe there was 24 total investment accounts.
Okay, so a lot of different accounts you reviewed for each person in the family.
Yes.
Okay. And were several of those accounts that more than one family member was on at the time?
Yes.
Did you also review credit cards for the Adelson family, specifically States 111 and a portion of those records, 111A, which are Capital One and Amex records for Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did you also review States 110, which is Adelson Institute bank records from Regions Bank?
I did.
Did you also review States Exhibit 106, which is going to be a checking and savings account for Luis Rivera from Chase Bank from 2014 to 2015?
Yes.
Did you also review States 107, a Bank of America records from Garcia's account from 2015 to 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review State 74, which is employment records from Coastal Masonry for Sigfredo Garcia from 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Did you also review States 108 A and B and 109 A and B, which are Bank of America accounts and JP Morgan Chase accounts, respectively, for Catherine McBanois from 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Did you also review States 82, which are copies of 44 checks from Adelson Institute deposited into McBanois' bank account?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity before court today, so you didn't have to do it now, to review all of those records that we just talked about to assure yourself that they were the same as the one you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and did all of those records that you reviewed come with a certification attached to them, certifying them to be official records from each respective company or business?
Yes.
Absolutely, Jane.
At this time, Judge, I would enter into evidence States 68, 75, 76, 69, 77 through 80, 106, 107, 108 A and B, 109 A and B, 110, 74, and 82.
Any objection to the items being offered?
Just real quick, Judge.
Go ahead.
My God, they waste a lot of time. Kern Cup says this was boring.
Need you to go through the item numbers one more time, please.
Sure. So we're going to have 69.
One
Seven.
moment. What does that sound? Once again, please turn the phones off or turn the sound off. I don't expect to hear any
Exactly, kosher.
phones in this courtroom. You may continue, Ms. Stupid.
68, 69, 74 through 81, 82. I'm sorry, let's hold off on 81. So 74 through 80, 82, 106 through 111A.
Fulford, does the defense have an objection to these items being admitted?
I got out of the number order. Can you just give me 1 more second, please?
Oh my God, Jackie. Borrow Donna's headset for Christ's sakes.
Yeah, because they would have been claiming that as money spent, right? So when they did their taxes, they'd class it as money that went out. So yeah, that's tax fraud. I honestly said, I've been saying this for a long time. I think they get Harvey on tax evasion, tax fraud, money laundering. I don't care how the man goes behind bars, as long as he gets there. But they definitely can get him on that.
No objection, Judge.
The item numbers are admitted as previously stated with the exception of States 81. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you also review, you mentioned iClouds as far as written communications, whether that be emails or text messages between the parties to determine the financial relationship between them or whether there are any money or gift transfers between them?
I did.
Okay, and did you also review those items to determine how the Adelson family received?
Falsifying employment records, but they weren't paying payroll taxes on Katie. Do we know that for a fact? Do we know that they weren't in their books showing that taxes were? I'd like to know if we know that for a fact. Yeah, right. And they think it's all okay. It's all okay because we are the Adelsons.
Or kept their cash.
Yes.
All of the records that
That's
we
right,
talked about
Jane.
today so far.
Okay, so I do have a question about Laurel, though. Right now, he's just, he's not defending her in a trial right now. So right now, he's just basically an advisor. Do we think Laurel's fee? Oh, this lady says so. Thank you, Kosher. Do we think Laurel's fee goes up as soon as he's in a trial position? Or does his fee stay the same? Like, so a lot of people have been saying he's $1,500 an hour. Does he stay at $1,500 an hour if he's in trial mode, or does he raise his price? I'd like to know that about Laurel. Oh, you would think it's the same? Because right now there's not as much work to do with Wendy. But when it comes to trial, there's going to be a hell of a lot more work. You know as much as I know. That's why I'm asking to see if anybody else knows. All Donna could provide for Katie was a QuickBooks printout with a list of checks written to Katie. That's it. Okay. Oh, you think it's just always just an hourly rate? Oh, yes, it goes way up. Okay. Because there's a lot more stuff, right? He would have to, he might have to let his other client go. I don't know.
Is the amount of data in all of those records pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you going to be relying on a summary of all of the records that you've reviewed today for your testimony?
I am.
Okay, and did you review before court today? This notebook states 81, which is a summary of your findings from all the records that you reviewed.
Yes.
Well, I'm just wondering if she'll be able to afford him when it comes to trial. But also, let's just put it this way. He may not take it. He might not keep going. He knows the case against his client. So he might not want to tarnish his name when it comes to trial. I don't know. He doesn't seem like somebody that would want to, he doesn't need the Adelson money. He doesn't need the Adelson money by no means. And he obviously doesn't need his name to be attached to a losing case that he knows he wouldn't be able to win.
And is it a true and accurate copy of a true and accurate copy of the results from your findings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I would move State's Exhibit 81 into evidence as a summary.
An objection.
If I can just look real quick, Judge.
Oh, you could tell Jane why when she gave him that kiss on the cheek when she left. Yeah, I believe it too.
Yes.
No objection, Judge.
States 81 is admitted at this time.
Thank you. And just for the record, that's going to be a composite exhibit. Now, in this composite States 81, for each of the graphs that we see that were created, after each graph, is there also information from the accounts kind of showing your work of how you made those findings?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a PowerPoint that's been created showing the graphs in the case that report your results?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd ask for permission to use a demonstrative in this case, which is going to be a demonstrative of parts of the records and the witness's graphs in this case.
You may proceed.
Okay. Now, the graphs that we see, we're not going to see portions of the records in the notebook.
Yeah, I heard that too. Exactly. Patty said someone overheard him telling Wendy after Charlie's trial testimony she did terrible and he was not happy with her performance. Laurel was overheard telling that to Wendy. Yeah, I just don't see him doing the trial. I really don't see Laurel doing Wendy's trial. That's why I asked if his fee would go up. She probably could not afford him. And B, I just don't see him attaching his name to this case any further than he already has.
On the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. But those portions are in the notebook. If the jury wants to review them in the jury room, they're there for each graph.
Yes.
Which is what I'm saying is the portion that's just kind of showing your work for each graph.
And he is kind of busy right now. So.
All right. So you mentioned that
I think for her to afford Laurel, she better really be pumping out some stuff on that OnlyFans. Seriously. It's the only way it's going to happen.
the set of records that you looked at was Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle records for some of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records for Luis Rivera? And what, if any, vehicles did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel
this is all
on
old.
July 18th of 2014?
He purchased a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28th, 2014, and a 1996 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014.
And here are these pictures from the social media records in this case of Luis Rivera and Garcia on motorcycles.
Yes, it is.
And the one that Rivera's on is on a yellow motorcycle.
Yes.
Looking at Luis Rivera's bank accounts in this case, the Chase bank account from May 2014 to November of 2015, were his checks from his workplace direct deposited into that account?
They were.
About how much was direct deposited every week?
Every week was about $500 or $600.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
So he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the time that you reviewed his bank records for in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What did you learn about how his banking patterns or banking habits changed following the murder of Dan Markel?
Yeah, he had a very interesting banking pattern. All his bank checks were deposited into his account, but then he would go by and withdraw virtually all of it. And he had certain preset auto drafts that would come in.
Always
and then
makes
they
me
would
mad,
bounce
Jane.
because there wasn't any money in the account. So he had a lot of overdraft charges.
And how did that change after the murder of Dan Markel?
Right after the murder, he all of a sudden money and then nothing overdraft.
When was the last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markel?
It was 7/15/2014.
And and you said it was about 4 months then that his old habits of.
Yeah, we're losing people. They find her boring. Let's get past the car stuff. No, and you know what? I didn't like her in Charlie's trial either, but I still listened. Who's after her? Oh, what? This is new. This is new. Oh, wait. There's some new stuff here. No, she is, but you got to remember, her job is stale. Because this is boring, lady. They knew who was coming up, so they were like, no, we're not sitting through that again. Who's after? Oh, the dentist lady. Okay, we'll skip her. This is the assistant. She worked for Harvey for a long time. I wonder if Patty worked with her.
Please raise your right hand.
Patty
Do you
N.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Okay.
Will you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
My name is Clarissa, Clariza, Spoltor, Spoltore.
Thank you. Did you recently get married?
Yes,
Congratulations. Was your name before you got married Labreda?
libretto.
Okay. All right. So where do you currently work? Where do you work?
I worked at the Adelson Institute.
Okay. And you
worked at the
currently work at a dental.
Institute. She didn't. I'll go back and watch it later. She talks about Wendy having money to pay cash for house. She lied about having no money. Oh, lovely, lovely.
Practice that took over for the Adelson Institute.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. How long did you work at the Adelson Institute?
Over 40 years.
And where is the Adelson Institute located?
In Tamarack.
The address of 7737 University Drive in Tamarack.
Correct.
Is Tamarack near Coral Springs?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about the positions at the Adelson Institute going back to 2013, 2016. What was your position?
I was Dr. Adelson's dental assistant.
Was that Dr. Harvey Adelson?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, yes.
Okay. Do you ever work the front desk?
No.
Okay. So worked as his personal assistant. Worked as his assistant.
Yes.
And what about Donna Adelson? Did she work there during that time?
Yes.
And what did she do there?
Jane.
She was the office manager. She worked up front.
Okay. Did she keep the books, do the payroll, that sort of thing?
Yes.
What about Charlie Adelson? What was his role there?
Charlie was our periodontist. He's a dentist.
Dentist, okay. And the 40 years that you worked there, you worked for Harvey Adelson all of those 40 years.
Yeah.
Glitching terribly again. I don't get it.
Was there also an employee during, and I'm talking about years 2014 to 2016, in addition to yourself, Dr. Harvey Adelson, Dr. Charlie Adelson, was there also an employee named Erica Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her role?
She worked up front and she was Charlie's assistant.
Okay. And we had talked about Donna Adelson and her role. What about, did you have a hygienist named Amy?
Yes, we always had a hygienist.
Okay. Were there any other employees that you can think of during that time at the Adelson Institute other than the ones I just named?
No.
Any other dentists besides Harvey and Charlie?
No.
You mentioned that Charlie is a periodontist. Did he also, in addition to working at the Adelson Institute, did he travel around and do that type of work for other dental offices as well?
Yes.
How often was he in the Adelson Institute office? Ballpark.
Once a month.
Okay, so one time a month, he's going to serve his clients for the Adelson Institute. And other than that, he's traveling around to all different offices.
Yes.
Who was the boss at the Adelson Institute in your understanding? Who did you think was the boss?
Dr. Harvey
Is that better
Adelson.
kosher?
What were the Adelson Institute's businesses back in 2014, 2016? Did y'all have Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5?
Yes, and we had one late night.
Was
It was
when?
11 to 7.
Okay. Was that Wednesday?
It was Wednesday.
And then off on Fridays?
We were off on Friday.
And no work on Saturday or Sunday?
No.
Oh my goodness. This was not a very exciting day, was it?
Who had access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Harvey Adelson.
Was that something that you had access to or would know anything about?
No.
How do you know Catherine Magbanwa?
I know her from the office. She was a patient there.
So she actually came and got dental work done there?
Yes.
Okay. Was she like a regular or just came in once or twice?
Once or twice.
Catherine McBenna was there.
Did you ever see her at Adelson Institute doing anything other than being a patient that once or
No.
one time or two times? Okay. Did you ever see her working at the Adelson Institute in any capacity?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
By checks.
And how often?
Every 2 weeks.
Did you ever get paid for weeks of work prior to completing your work?
Yes.
When would that happen? When might you get advance pay or get more than one paycheck at a time?
If they were going away on vacation, then we would get the checks before.
They being?
I mean, Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Okay. So if Harvey and Donna are going on a vacation that may last 2 weeks or more,
Right.
we're going to go ahead and pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
Right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 paychecks in a row?
No.
Did you guys just see that? That kind of side eye after she said once a year, twice, she kind of side eyed over to Donna. Did you see that, or am I just seeing things?
And then we would get the checks before.
They being,
I mean, Judge Adelson and Donna.
okay. So if Harvey and Donna are going on a vacation that may last 2 weeks or more,
Right,
they're going to go ahead and pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get
What
4
was-
or 5, 6 paychecks?
Okay, am I the only one seeing that? What is that?
Pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
Right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you
According to Dr. G, she's lying. Wendy's lying? Of course, Wendy's lying. What was that look?
ever get 4?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get
Oh, that's quite the look.
4? And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get 4 or 5, 6 paychecks in a row?
No.
Were you ever aware of any Adelson Institute employee in the history of the 40 years you were there that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
Did the Adelson Institute back in 2013 to 2016, did y'all have a cleaning service?
Yes.
And would the cleaning service, was it a husband and wife team?
Yes.
Was Catherine McVanoa the wife part of that team?
No.
Do you remember back in 2016, okay, when 2 law enforcement officers came to Adelson Institute and were asking some questions?
Yes.
Okay, and were they asking questions about Catherine McVanoa?
Yes.
Did you, since you didn't know anything, did you refer them to Erica Johnson, another employee?
Yes.
Okay. And did Erica Johnson speak with them?
Yes.
Prior to court today, did you have an opportunity to listen to States 100, which is the recorded call that you were played, which was a conversation between a man and a woman? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw you nodding. I've got to ask you.
No, this lady, her blinking is more rapid. She made long blinks before answering that. She doesn't want to see the person she's not being truthful with. Yeah. It's that side eye to Donna was crazy.
When you listen to that conversation, recognize the voices in States 100.
Yes.
Who was the woman in the call?
Erica Johnson.
Okay. And you said she was an employee at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And one of her roles was being Charlie's assistant?
Yes.
And did you say she also kind of works in the front office?
Yes, she did.
Right. Who's the male voice on States 100?
Charlie.
Charlie Adelson?
Charlie Adelson.
And did you work with both of them for many years?
Yes.
It's glitching really bad now. It's even glitching on my end now.
Morning.
Yes.
Do you know who else had access to that voicemail?
No.
You and Donna Adelson had a friendly relationship throughout your time at Adelson Institute.
Yes.
Were you, did you socialize or spend time together outside of work, or was your friendly relationship at work?
At work.
Okay. So while at work, you never heard her say anything negative about Dan Markel,
No.
but you didn't spend time with her outside of the office?
We've gone out on occasions, but
Not regularly.
I'm sorry.
Not on a regular basis?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all?
No, sir, she can be released. Thank you.
You are released from your subpoena. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Catherine Magbanua.
Woohoo!
Members of the jury will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
I want Charlie Adelson. That's what I want. I've shut my camera and everything off, guys. I don't know what's happening, why this is glitching so bad.
Everyone can be seated. I see. Yes. Go ahead. Preemptively, before this comes up during the testimony, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to remind you again not to have any emotional reactions while the testimony is going on. No head shaking, no nodding, nothing to indicate that you either disagree or agree with what's happening. You understand?
Actually, Jane, she admitted to that in Charlie's trial also. She said in Charlie's trial that they did get paid in advance when they went on holidays. Charlie would work. Charlie would be there. Because remember when they were in Israel? Charlie was working out of the office. Well, she's definitely put on some weight.
Jury entered courtroom.
Mr. Barrow, please remain standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Yes.
He did, Julia.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, KATHERINE
Ms. Magbanua, are you in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
Life
Life for what crime?
for the murder of Dan Markel.
And did you have a trial before you received that sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that trial, did you testify in your own defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that testimony, did you testify that essentially we had it right about everyone else, but you were in the dark, you weren't involved in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that true?
No, ma'am.
All right, and You didn't have to testify in your own defense. You could have chosen to remain silent, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified also in the trial in which Garcia was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And same thing there. You testified you did not tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why then come now with a different story?
I think that the truth needed to come out and the people responsible needed to get arrested.
Okay. Are you hoping to get something out of this?
I would eventually like to see my children again one day.
And are you hoping that something can be done for you even after being sentenced?
Yes, ma'am, I'm hoping so.
Okay. Have you been promised anything
No,
in
ma'am, I
exchange for your testimony?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. By me or by anyone?
No, ma'am, nobody.
Okay. Has anybody told you what you need to say here today?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody told you, well, you need to implicate a certain person?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity in this case to come forward with the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Why did you not take that opportunity?
Well, in the first trial, I was tried with Secretary Garcia, and he was facing the death penalty, and I just couldn't do it.
Okay, because the truth would implicate your child's father.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the second time?
I've been living a lie this whole time, and it was just so hard to come out with the truth that I kept fighting.
Did anybody threaten you or harm you to prevent you from coming forward with the truth?
No, ma'am.
Why does everybody turn
Were you ever promised anything by anyone to,
in jail?
you know, if you'll just remain silent, we'll pay for your kids' education or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in the death of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we have it right? Were you the middleman between the shooter and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who solicited you to become involved in this?
Charlie.
Who was he to you at that time?
Oh, we were dating at that time.
When did you start dating Charlie Adelson?
We started dating around 2013 when I was working for Sophie Dental.
Okay. Do you know what month?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you stop dating him?
Probably towards the beginning of 2015.
Okay. Was there a period of time where it kind of wasn't clear whether you were still with Charlie or dating Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Garcia is your child's father, right?
Yes.
And what's your history with him? How long were you together?
I've been with Secretary Garcia since I was about 18 years old.
All right. So a lot of history there.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say that you're on again, off again quite a few times throughout your history together.
Yes, ma'am.
And during one of those off times, is that when you started seeing Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then toward the end of Charlie Adelson, there was a little bit of overlap with the two men.
Yes, ma'am.
And that sort of is in the middle of the time frame that we're talking about here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did Charlie Adelson first bring this idea up to you that I'm looking for someone to harm my brother-in-law?
This was around October. What stuck out in my head was on Halloween on October 31st.
Okay. And what year was that?
That was 2013.
Okay. And so on Halloween, what is your memory of what y'all were doing that night that you're able to remember that happened that night?
Well, we were out in Lincoln Road. It was like a kind of like a block party in Lincoln Road. And then when we were getting ready to get into our cars, he jumped into my car and basically suggested that do I know anybody that can harm someone?
Okay. And were those the words you used, harm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know somebody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, Sigfredo was the first person that kind of popped in my.
She didn't know Sigfredo was going to be the one to do it. She didn't know Luis was there. That is absolute bullshit because she contacted Luis on his phone to tell him to take that picture off that he took. She's still fucking lying. Oh my God, this girl don't stop. She went to Luis's house next morning to pay him. I think she said she always said she went to Luis's house because she couldn't reach, hiccups. She couldn't reach Sigfredo. But she told Luis to take the owl off social media. Yeah. She spoke to them 2 hours after Dan's death while they were traveling. She went to the rental car place. She knew Luis was with them. Oh my God, she does not stop lying. Yep. Yep. Just like Wendy. She just doesn't stop. She honestly thinks that George is going to do something for her with all these bloody lies. Criminal lies. Silly. Criminals lie. Yes, they do, but she's actually hoping to get some kind of deal. Like, tell the truth, woman.
Okay, I want to approach and show you an exhibit. This states 36. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate photograph of you and Charlie Adelson when you all were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence states 36, Your Honor.
Any objection? States 36 is admitted. You may.
I would
Where
say
was
her
this
kids will
photograph
probably
taken?
never want to see her anyway.
That was down at the Keys.
When was it taken?
I believe that was his birthday.
Charlie's birthday?
Charlie's birthday.
In 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
When was his birthday?
October
You're right,
27th,
Kosher.
I believe.
And y'all
You're
drove
right,
down
Black.
to the Keys?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been just a few days before he broached this subject of harming someone to you on Lincoln Road.
Yes.
Were you aware of him sending this photograph to his sister that night?
No,
Or
ma'am. I
that
was
day?
not.
What? What? Charlie sent her that picture that day? Oh my God.
Why would he think that you knew somebody that could harm someone?
Why would Charlie think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I've spoken about Sigfredo, just kind of the situations that we were having, and
So he knew a little bit about your ex's criminal history?
I might have mentioned something along the way. Yes.
How come that didn't come out in Charlie's trial? That's weird. Why did Georgia hold that tidbit back?
What did Sigfredo Garcia know about Charlie Adelson?
At that time,
I
I
think
don't
so
think
too,
he
Kosher.
really knew of him yet.
At some time, did he become aware that you had started dating someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And there's one phone call in the phone records that we're going to hear more about with the next witness. It's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. Do you know anything about that phone call?
Yes, ma'am. There was a bit of an altercation between Charlie and Sigfredo. I believe prior to that, like a couple hours before that, where like he saw us leaving and then he kind of blocked off where I was like residing. Like we were already in the car, me and Charlie were, and he stopped and started screaming some stuff, but we didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay, so when you first started dating Charlie back sometime shortly before around Halloween of 2013 or October of 2013, right? Garcia didn't know about it.
I believe he didn't know anything
Okay,
about
but
it.
at some point he learned and was jealous and there was a confrontation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how does that confrontation explain a phone call to Harvey Adelson?
I think he was trying to contact Charlie and maybe he somewhat probably Googled, tried to find, and that's the number that he had gotten, which was.
Okay, maybe he was looking for Dr. Adelson or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there's no connection between Garcia and any member of the Adelson family
I
other than
do
you?
believe there is a text to that effect, kosher.
Who is Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo Garcia's friend.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
For a number of years, over a decade probably.
Okay. Why did you agree when Charlie asked you to enlist somebody to harm someone? Why did you agree to do that?
Oh, at that time, Charlie knew that I was going through financial situations. So I guess he thought, hey, you can make some money.
You needed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And Garcia and Rivera, they were also motivated by money, right?
Of course.
Did Charlie Adelson tell you why he wanted to harm Dan Markel?
At that time, no, ma'am.
What did you learn about Dan Markel over the course of your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Well, through the course, he was just mentioning that his parents were going through it, that his sister was going through it, that he basically painted a bad picture of Mr. Markel. And since he knew that I was going through stuff with Sigfredo, it was kind of, I was like sympathizing with his sister because I know how it feels to go through.
Okay, so you knew that his sister was having a terrible time with her ex.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had some things going on with Garcia that felt relatable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what does it mean that his parents are going through it?
He just said that they couldn't sleep, that at some point I think somebody was throwing up. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, and that it was just becoming a big problem to them.
Okay, and the big problem was Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet her?
From my recollection, it was from the dental office.
And why did you go to the dental office?
I needed some cavities and teeth whitening done.
Is that the only time you ever met Donna Adelson?
From my recollection, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did she know you were dating her son when she met you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were things cordial between you at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss anything beyond greetings and pleasantries?
No, ma'am.
After the initial approach of you at Lincoln Road on Halloween, was there any more discussion with Charlie Adelson about this potential job?
Throughout, the couple weeks whenever I had a chance to hang out with him, he would mention here and there.
How often were you seeing each other during this time frame?
Probably, I had children, so I always, if I could get out and I can find a babysitter, I'd go over to his house or we'd have dinner, hang out.
Okay, would that be like once a week, 3 times a week, once a month?
About 2 times a week.
2 times a week. And would you stay over or would you just go for dinner?
Sometimes I would stay over, yes, ma'am.
And you're saying when you would go over there and hang out with him, sometimes there would be further conversation about this potential job where you're going to be paid to hire someone or enlist someone to harm Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you learn any more details about what needed to be done?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any details.
And so he would just continue to say the same things?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Sorry. He would just tell me that they were going through hard times.
Okay, so the conversations typically were, my family is really suffering under this situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained, did not answer the question. Please rephrase.
In these conversations, are you asked, like, have you secured anyone? Are you asked further questions about who's going to be doing it?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell him, like, yes, I can do it?
Yes, I just agreed to it.
Okay.
That I had somebody.
All right. And during these conversations with Charlie Adelson, was there ever a time when he's in the middle of these conversations with you about what's going to happen, speaking to his mother?
Sometimes he would get on the phone. He'd kind of look at me weird and then just step out of the room and discuss whatever he needed to discuss.
Give any information about what was discussed outside of presence.
The rule is talking about what took place, not the substance of the conversation itself. You may continue.
All right. So he would step out, have a conversation with his mother, and then come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you would resume the conversation about.
Yeah, he would just kind of go off again, saying that this needed to be taken care of and what his family was going through.
All right. How many times did this particular situation happen where you were discussing what would eventually become a murder and
That kosher just tells you that she's a nasty human being on the inside, right? All she had to do was walk away, inform law enforcement of what they're wanting, record on her phone while Charlie's rambling, and her life would be so different today. Yeah. If she was a good human being, absolutely. And chances are they probably would have informed Dan and set it up where he was safe. Because there was another case like that where the woman put out a hit on her husband. And it's when, okay, yeah. Remember when cops first came out and the police, they informed the show cops, or cops was going to be doing something in their area. And there was actual case of a wife that put out a hit on her husband and it got fooled because the informant or the person that got approached to do this hit actually informed the police. Ruth thinks that Donna was the architect of the hit. Well, I know I told Ruth that I believe Wendy is. And I told her how I thought Wendy was. Boom. He talks to Donna when discussing the hit. Donna controls everything. Mastermind. I still think Wendy's the mastermind, but she just allowed her mom to believe she was. There's just no way you do this. Yeah, Wendy caused Donna to act. Yeah. But Katie McBenowa could have been a good human being and thought, what is this person doing? Contacted the police and then went from there.
His mother was interjected in that way that you just described.
How many times did I think he stepped out and
Yes.
speak to him a number of times.
A boob job is more important.
More than twice?
Yes, ma'am.
More than 5 times?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was like a regular part of the way this worked whenever this conversation came up?
Yes,
He would
ma'am.
consult his mother and come back and speak to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever relay to you, you know, my mom says whatever?
He never specifically said what he spoke to his mom about. No.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you, Jane.
But did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you learn this isn't going to be just harming, like, I don't know, maybe punch him in the face or something? It's going to be a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know specifically when you learned that?
There was an envelope that Charlie had given me one day that I went over to his house, and he told me not to open it, and that he had worn gloves to close it, and that was basically it. And that I was the understanding of to pass it on to whoever I knew could take care of it.
Okay. And when it's pass it on to whoever you knew, the name Sigfredo Garcia is used or is not used?
No, it was never used.
Absolutely.
And is that, when we're talking about this conspiracy in general terms, are you in general trying to insulate the co-conspirator on this side of you from the one over here?
Yes, ma'am. I was basically in the middle.
So you don't talk about Charlie to Sigfredo, and you don't talk about Sigfredo to Charlie?
No, ma'am.
But they both
knew that it was to them, yes.
Okay. He said he wore gloves when he put whatever he put in the envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so he told you, don't open it, don't touch what's in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what kind of envelope was it?
It was a manila envelope.
Was there any writing on the envelope or anything on the outside?
No, ma'am. It was blank.
All right. So the envelope goes into your diaper bag, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you take it and Sigfredo gets it from you?
Yes. Well, eventually when I came home, because I usually have that diaper bag, that's like my little weekend bag. And when I came home, I contacted Sigfredo and I was like, hey, I have a package for you. Just come by whenever you can.
Did you open it and see what was inside?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you guys believe that?
Charlie Adelson say anything to you about where he printed the documents?
Does anybody believe that she never opened that envelope? I don't
or
believe
contained
it.
inside?
He did mention that he would never, he's like, oh, I didn't print this in my, the office that he had in his home. Probably printed in one of the offices that he worked at.
Because he would frequent a bunch of different offices,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you gave this package to Garcia, and did he open it in your presence?
No, ma'am. He literally took it and left out the door.
All right. And had you talked to him beforehand about, hey, I'm going to give you some instructions about a job?
No, there was no conversation about it. Basically, just I have that package, and then he took it.
But how did he know what the package was? Had you talked to him at all about, hey, I got a job for you?
Oh, yes. Like I told him that, that I have potential person that needed to, get harmed or beat up from my understanding at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, okay.
Okay. All right. So I want to ask you about the June trip. In June, did you provide Garcia with any money for expenses associated with that June trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the money from to give to Garcia?
From Charlie.
Okay. How much money was it?
From my recollection, it was a couple $100, less than $5, maybe.
So this was just for like gas and whatever was needed to get to Tallahassee and back?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know where he was going. I didn't know.
Okay. But you knew it was for this job that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, you knew it was a murder because the envelope had been passed, right?
Yes, the envelope was passed. towards kind of like in the beginning of the year. So we're already in June at that time.
All right. And when you went to Charlie to get the money for the expenses, what did you say?
I needed some money for, for the job that he had told me about, and that they needed to either scope it out or, just funds to get out of town.
Okay. So your understanding was the first mission to Tallahassee, or you didn't know it was to Tallahassee, but the first trip that needed funds was going to be like a scoping trip, not to actually accomplish the murder.
To my understanding, yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you give that money to Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after the June trip happened, how did Charlie Adelson react to, I guess, just...
Oh, I know. This has always bugged me. We are supposed to believe she and the hitman did not know how much money they were getting paid. Right? Nobody. Again, the whole hitman and they're just hoping they get paid. They're, what if they only got $500 each? Yeah, so, yeah. Kill an innocent man so Wendy could move. Katie went through money like we breathe air. Yep. Right? Like, they could have done this. So what she's basically saying is they could have done this and then Charlie could have not paid them. So, yeah. And if there's no voice recordings or anything of Charlie asking her to find somebody to do this hit, Charlie could not have paid them and went to the police. Right? They knew how much they were getting.
Things not progressing along very quickly with this job.
Well, since I guess nothing happened and something.
I would almost bet, sorry guys to keep stopping this, but I would almost bet Charlie said 130,000. And she has made a deal for more. That's why she was getting the $3,000 a month. So I would say that she's probably said this amount, but I want this. And that's all the work, plus she made it benefit herself for benefits. So for her kid. So yeah, 130K. Sigfredo got 30, or Luis got 30. One time he said 37, the next time he said 35. It was supposed to be 35. Sigfredo give him an extra $2,000. So it was 37. And then Sigfredo was supposed to have gotten 37. Yeah, in those quarters that Charlie had, right?
Was to happen. He was like, well, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. So Sigfredo didn't tell me anything. He's just MIA again because he just kind of goes in and out of my life.
So sometimes he'd be hard to reach.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you worried that like maybe he'd taken this few $100s and now he's gone off the grid and I can't really give any information to Charlie about what's happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. you getting any pressure put on you to get the job done?
Yes, ma'am, from Charlie.
And did that increase over time, like between, and I specifically want to know about between the June trip and the ultimate murder trip?
Yes, ma'am. He was a little bit more adamant and persistent. Well, Katie, why hasn't anything been happening? What's going on?
And were you then in turn putting some pressure on Garcia to get it done, make it happen?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with you, Julia.
Did you relay the message to the killers that the victim was going to be going out of town the day after he ultimately was killed?
No, ma'am. I
Did
have
you
no
know-
knowledge.
You didn't know anything about Dan Markel's travel schedule?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether his travel schedule was contained in the documents inside that manila envelope?
I would think a lot of information was there because for some reason, Sigfredo knew information and Charlie knew information, and that's why the whole confusion was on me. And it's
Okay, but you don't know what was in there. You didn't look at it, and you didn't relay that message about the travel.
no, ma'am. I had no knowledge of it.
All right. I wanted to show you a text that was sent between the June trip and the murder trip. It's 86C.
Right, Jane?
There's a text message where you are asking Charlie Adelson to put you on the payroll. Basically, you need to be able to show that you're working. Do you remember sending that text message?
To Charlie?
Yes,
I believe so. If you can show me.
I will.
Okay.
Was there a reason that you wanted to be part of, at least part of your payment for this to be through the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Well, I was going through like insurance purposes for my son, so I needed to be put on payroll so that I can show that I was making a certain amount of money.
Yep, more lies, right? How would Charlie know Dan's schedule in July when he gave Katie the envelope before June? She is lying. Yeah, the schedule. There's got to be some proof to how Sigfredo knew Dan's schedule. There's got to be.
Okay. But it couldn't be too much money, right?
Yeah, I couldn't get too much money.
All right. And so, were you actually doing any work for your payment at Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I was not.
I'll show you this. I'm just gonna publish it. This judge is going to be in 81, and I can't read the slide number.
Exactly, Kosher. Even 500 wouldn't have done it.
See it when I publish it.
And remember, Luis said like
So,
with
took a moment to review
a couple
that.
thousand. Remember? First time around?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so here you're asking him, I need help on the employment. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you referring to getting on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you all had talked about before you sent this text, or is this the first he's hearing about it?
I don't know if I spoke to him prior to being on the payroll.
Okay, how does he know what you're talking about when you say, I'm going to need help on the employment?
I guess he just figured, since he has an office, that he'd be able to help me.
Okay, and he says no problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he actually put you on the payroll at this time? This is June.
At that time, I'm not 100% if I was already on payroll. Not
Okay.
yet. I don't think so.
The evidence indicates that you didn't receive your first paycheck until approximately 2 months after the was
Right,
complete.
kosher?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so did you feel like you could ask for this before the job was done because you knew you were getting the job done?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the payments that you received from the Adelson Institute part of your compensation for your arranging of this murder?
I would think so. Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean you would think so? It's yes or no question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He wasn't going to put you on the payroll for no reason, was he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And most or all the checks were after the breakup? You had broken up before you received the first check,
A
right?
little be kind.
That I already, like, I wasn't talking to Charlie as much anymore. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, September after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had you ever met Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
When did you meet her?
I had dinner with her one time in Yardbird and another time at the beach.
Yardbird, is that a restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the occasion where Wendy was with her boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you ever met Wendy?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you meet her again?
Yes, I met her in the beach around, I think, Father's
That's the
Day.
photo that we've seen, State's Exhibit 35, publishing. Is that the second time you met Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever discuss the murder with Wendy Adelson?
No, ma'am. I
Did you ever discuss Dan Markel's schedule with her?
No, ma'am.
So the only person you talked about it with at all was Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the July trip, once the murder was done, did you receive a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were the two men looking to get their money for the murder?
I don't know what my conversation was with Sigfredo, but I speak to him on the phone.
But you understood that you needed to get the money, right? And pay
Yes.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your job,
Yes, ma'am.
part of your role in this whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to Charlie Adelson's house to get the money on the night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. He had contacted me and told me that there was an accident and if he can have dinner with me that night.
Okay. And the accident was a reference to the shooting of Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which was not an accident, right?
No, ma'am.
When you get there,
But remember, Yindra said that Charlie took the picture and that credit card on the towel or whatever it is was Charlie's credit card. And why are they forgetting the whole part where they were at the pool at the it wasn't the it's the first building they were in. I can't remember the name of it. Remember, Yindra said that Katie called and said, "Hey, you want to go here?" It was Father's Day. Yindra's kids was with the father. They went to the pool. Then they decided to go to the beach after the pool. That's not being brought up. Yeah, it seems like they've done it all telepathy, right? They were continuum. Yeah, not the icon, the continuum, because that's where they lived before they moved to the icon. But remember, because Yinder had said that Katie said, "You want to go to the pool?" She borrowed one of Katie's bathing suits. And then they went to the beach and Charlie gave them their credit card. They were going to the beach. Charlie was buying the drinks and that, and Yonder had said, well, yeah, if somebody's buying, I'm going. Like, that's not being brought up.
How is Charlie acting?
He was pretty frantic, pacing back and forth, and he had a gun in his hand.
Okay, was that unusual behavior for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything about his parents when you arrived at his house that night?
He told me that his parents just left.
Did you end up staying the night there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you planning on spending the night there?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. Originally, was your plan to get the money and take it to the two men that killed Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. What happened the next morning?
Well, since that night, since he was like pacing back and forth, and he had given me a Xanax, that's why I fell asleep.
Okay.
And that's why
Did he take Xanax as well?
Yes, ma'am, he took one as well.
Okay. And the next morning, did something happen with the money?
Yes, ma'am. So I woke up. I was like, I got to get out of here. And he told me that the money is in the trunk of my car.
All right. And was the money in the trunk of your car?
I actually did not check it. I just got my keys and left.
So you believed him that it was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to where you were going, where did you go to deliver the money?
I was trying to contact Sigfredo and had a hard time trying to contact him. And then I eventually ended up in the alleyway of where Luis lived at that time.
At Luis Rivera's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia show up there when you pulled up there?
Yeah, he just kind of jumped in my
way.
car. I didn't know where he came from.
All right. And was he able to get the money?
Yes, I told him that his money was in the trunk of the car.
And he was able to remove it, and you observed him removing it, and the money was there?
Yes, ma'am. He went to the back, grabbed it, and then that's time he left.
How did you get your cut of the money?
I don't know if it was later on that night that he came back to my apartment or the following day, and then he put it in the closet.
How was your cut of the money packaged?
It wasn't like a cut. It was just basically it was in a bag, in a plastic bag, grocery bag, and I believe there was like a paper bag and then a Ziploc bag inside it.
All right, so the inner thing was a Ziploc bag.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you opened the Ziploc bag, did you notice that the money was stapled together?
Yes, ma'am, it
It
was.
was, okay. Did you notice something else unusual about the money?
At that moment, I didn't when I opened it, but a couple of days after the bag, it was wet and starting to mold.
The money itself was damp to the touch?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you ever mention that fact to Charlie Adelson?
I'm pretty sure I contacted him and told him why is the money wet.
What do you mean pretty sure? You did or you didn't?
That I did.
Okay, and when you contacted him and said the money's...
Okay, so there's another thing. In Charlie's trial, she said she contacted Sigfredo and said the money's wet, and Sigfredo told her just to use a hairdryer and dry it. Now she's saying she contacted Charlie.
Wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet. Did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. Told me,
Go
told
ahead.
me that that his mom washed the money.
Did she physically wash the money?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you got a chunk of cash that day or a couple days later. You're not sure which.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also got these paychecks that we've talked about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did over the ensuing time, from the time of the murder up until the time of the what we've referred to as the bump, are you familiar with that law
Yes, ma'am.
enforcement operation? Okay.
It's right under
In that time
delicate.
frame, do you get some other gifts and things from Charlie?
Between that time,
Yes. Plane tickets, things like that.
no, ma'am.
Okay, so you deny getting any type of gift or favor from Charlie Adelson other than the cash that you got?
I don't know if like specifically any type of favors. If I was going through, I was having problems with the car that I had
Yes.
purchased
Yep.
from him. So he would get that fixed and he would pay for it.
Okay, and before that, he helped with Mazda repairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You started getting paychecks in September after the murder, which continued through May of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you receive the paychecks?
Charlie would give it to me.
All right. And you admit that you weren't doing anything to earn that money
No, ma'am. I was
other
not.
than contributing to this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the paychecks, would they come one at a time or multiples at a time?
It would be multiple.
Be kind. Let's do that Sunday. I'm going to do a Sunday Katie McBenoa rewatch because we've got her first trial with Sigfredo, her trial, Charlie's trial, now this trial. And her stories keep changing. It's unbelievable. If I was the defense attorney and I actually did my job, unlike these Mutt and Jeff, I would demolish her on the stand. I would absolutely demolish her. Exactly, right? Kawas may have thought Katie innocent. Awesome. Except I work Monday and won't be able to watch, but can rewatch later. I'll do an early show Sunday. Your Sunday equals my Monday. Yeah, there's no court Monday, so or we could do it Sunday or Monday. Let me know. But I'll do an earlier one. Okay, early Sunday. We'll do an early Sunday Katie rewatch. Because her stories are wicked.
Okay. Do you know why the paychecks stopped when they stopped?
At that time, Sigfredo got arrested.
So they got spooked.
Yes.
Who signed the paychecks?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I so hope that the world calms down and it is safe for me to go to that trial, because I sure as hell want to be at that trial. I wanted to be at Donna's trial, but I can't get across the border with my cell phone. So I wasn't taking no chances. I live in NZ, Tallahassee. 9 a.m. is my 1 a.m. I have redesigned my entire sleep cycle so I can watch lives before 7 a.m. work start. I just would love to be able to go back down to the United States without being afraid. That's all I'm saying on the matter. I know too many people that their cell phones have been a cause why they can't enter. And I'm telling you right now, mine would definitely be. Or the trips I've made when I was in Ottawa to the United States Embassy. Yeah, that would mean I couldn't go to. Yeah, it's not safe. It's not, not for me. Because my cell phone is not very friendly to your president. So, Canadians are getting asked to look at their cell phones and social media and all that when we try to come across the border. And well, I had a friend that a few months back was trying to cross. They were actually going down to Florida for holiday, even though the boycott. They was like, "Oh, we're still going. We booked it. We're still going." And her husband got asked at the border crossing, "What do you think of our president?" He says, "I don't give two fucks." That's what he said. And his wife wasn't thinking and said, "I'm glad he's not mine." And they were denied entry for 5 years. Yeah, denied entry into the United States for 5 years because she said, "I'm glad he's not mine." I was like, "Oh my God, you need to keep your mouth shut." So they called me when they returned home and they're like, "Do not go. Do not go to the border, Rochelle." I said, "Hell no." I said, A, I'm following the boycott for one, and B, no, I don't want to end up in El Salvador. So I have nothing against, but I just don't want to go. It's not on my trip plan.
He turned up the volume in his car and kind of just
Oh,
leaned
Tara Kawas.
towards me and was just telling me that that his mom got approached.
Tara is Tara Kawas. That is Katie McBanawa's a lawyer that truly should never be a lawyer in her whole entire life. This woman, Katie, had a get out of jail free card. And Tara said, "Oh no, we can get you off. We can get you off. Don't worry about it." Tara, you're right. Tara Kawas should never be a lawyer. Never.
Okay. And did you continue to hear more from him about his mom being approached once you entered the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time, you did not know that law enforcement was intercepting those conversations, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any concerns that he might be trying to set you up during that meeting?
Yeah, but be kind. The problem is, though, Sigfredo actually got a message to Katie and told her to take the deal. Told her to take it. The death penalty was on the table, but even Tim Jansen and other lawyers have said he wouldn't have got the death penalty. Yeah, 90% of criminal trials are convictions. Yeah, he got a letter or a message to her saying, "Take the deal." But Sigfredo and Charlie were more important than her children. Oh, absolutely. What they did was horrendous. Absolutely. And I'm kind of glad she didn't take the deal. To be honest, I am. But it's gross that she would do it in the first place, and it's gross that she would choose two men over her own children. That's fine. I totally get it, Kosher. Totally get it. Good point. It would be stinking point if she was free. Yep. Yep. No, I don't listen, guys. Everybody has their own views on this shit show that's going on in the world right now. Everybody has their own views on it. All I can say is I know for a fact it is not safe as a Canadian to go to the United States right now. Do I love the United States? Have I been there many a times? Do I know many people down there? Absolutely. And someday I'll be able to go back down there again. But I got to stand up for my own country as you have to stand up for yours. But this ain't political. This is Adelson. You want my political view? Join me on TikTok. That's where I let loose.
No, ma'am.
Did you feel that, or did he do anything to make you think he had suspicions that you might be trying to set him up?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Just the way he was going through scenarios in his head. He might have, because he mentioned Tato's name, and he had a piece of paper that he looked at and then kind of talked to me about, but I didn't know what he was looking at.
Who's Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
Okay, so did he say Luis Rivera or he said Tato?
He said Tato.
Okay. And so did that concern you that he knew that name?
Yes, it did. I just thought he was confusing it with Tuto because Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia's nickname.
Okay. And what the setup was from law enforcement was that this person was posing as an associate of Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when Charlie tells you this information, are you thinking it could be an associate of Luis Rivera? Maybe Rivera did tell someone, and
Yes.
maybe this is somehow connected to Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you tell Charlie that?
Did I tell Charlie that?
Did you tell Charlie, well, actually, the guy that went with Garcia to kill Dan Markel is Luis Rivera, and he goes by Tato? Did you say anything like that?
No, ma'am. I just told him that Tato was incarcerated, but I never knew at that time that Tato was with Sigfredo, or that he.
Right, but are you giving Charlie Adelson all the information that you have about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to handle it on your side of the conspiracy yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's enlisting you to go do something. What is it you're supposed to do?
To contact the phone number.
Mm-hmm. Phone number on the piece of paper that was handed to his mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and figure out who it is and resolve it.
What's going on? He didn't know if it was somebody trying to extort him or try to blackmail him, or he didn't know if it was the FBI.
Okay, and he's saying one of two scenarios. Are those the two scenarios?
Yes, ma'am.
It's either the FBI or it is actually someone who's gotten some information about what we did.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed the transcript that was prepared of that restaurant recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that transcript fair and accurate? Does it accurately transcribe the conversation that was had in there?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew Luis Rivera well, right?
I knew him from Sigfredo. Yes, ma'am.
But Sigfredo didn't tell you he took Rivera with him
No, he
to
did
do
not.
the job.
No, ma'am.
Bullshit.
And even though it was pretty obvious, you didn't tell Charlie that Garcia was doing the job.
No, yes, ma'am. He didn't know. He didn't know that it was Sigfredo.
Okay. Charlie never explicitly told you this murder is going to benefit my mother, or this murder is to benefit my sister.
No, ma'am, he did not.
So stay, please rephrase your questions. guys.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my mother?
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my sister?
No, ma'am.
But you knew that, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mom was at the house right before you arrived, the night of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mother washed the money,
Yes, ma'am.
money that was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak in code on that wire?
On the wiretaps, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Property and tenant, that was code for looking into who was behind the bump, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, Charlie tends to go on his little rants, and then I kind of just followed, what he was saying.
Yes, but you spoke in code.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood you were speaking in code because you might be tapped, right?
Yes,
Somebody
ma'am.
might be listening.
Yes, ma'am.
But there would be no reason to speak in code if you hadn't done anything. People don't talk in code, do they?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross examination.
I actually agree with that because remember when she said Charlie had called her to come to the icon and she said she couldn't, she was too busy. I actually think that day would have been her day. Oh, you can never believe anything Katie says. Never, never, never. Katie's just thinking, I want to go back to Lowell. I want to go back. They take forever.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I believe when you started your testimony on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about previously lying under oath. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And from the first trial with Sigfredo Garcia to a trial with just you gave proffers to law enforcement, correct?
Not between those times, but
After that, before Charlie's?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after you testified in your trial where you admitted that you lied, you were minimizing what was going on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you started meeting with law enforcement in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And gave them a little more information each time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Each time you became, now what you're saying, a little more truthful?
I'm finally coming out with the truth. Yes, ma'am.
You had testified on direct that you got to Charlie's house and he had indicated that his parents had just left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was nervous and upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all both took Xanax.
Well, he gave it to me. Yes, ma'am.
But you said you took one, right?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
And he took one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you two went to bed together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Doesn't Katie's brother have her kids?
So what you're telling the jury is you met Charlie Adelson and started a dating relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't exclusive at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Charlie dated a lot of women, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point he tells you that he wants something to happen to someone, right? He wants someone to be harmed.
Yes, ma'am.
And he asked you if you know anybody that could take care of that for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you contact Sigfredo Garcia, who's the father of your children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are having a rocky relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you engage Sigfredo Garcia to be the one who causes whatever harm it's going to be to Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you do that, you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Do I know who? Yes, I know.
At that time, you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But is it your testimony you did not know that he was going to be involved with this as well?
Yes, I did not know that he was going to be with him, let alone I didn't know that Sigfredo was even going to be the one.
Well, I'm sorry, you hired someone other than Sigfredo to do it?
No, I didn't know that I just gave him, I told him that somebody, needed to be harmed. I didn't know that he was going to be the one.
Okay. And how much money did you tell him he could make?
I didn't tell him an amount.
So you testified before that you knew Sigfredo needed some money and you could certainly use some money. So that's why you agreed to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were going to agree to have somebody killed and you didn't even know how much you're going to get paid?
No, I did not know.
Okay. So now we know Sigfredo and Luis Rivera came to Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's Charlie's asked you, you've asked Sigfredo, unbeknownst to you, apparently, he has asked Luis Rivera to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we know that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia traveled to Tallahassee on more than one occasion, but ultimately they follow and track down Danny Markel. And when he pulls into his garage, Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him in the head and kills him, right?
From what it shows in my trial, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then they come back to South Florida, Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you go to Charlie's house, you pass out with the Xanax, you get up the next morning and he says there's money in the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you're claiming you didn't know how much money it was.
Yeah, I did not know how
And
much.
as of then, you still hadn't discussed any dollar value for having someone killed.
No, ma'am. That was probably on the paper that I had handed to Sigfredo, the one that he got out of my diaper bag.
Yeah, I don't want you to speculate because you don't know, do you?
No, I never opened the envelope.
But your testimony is you arranged a homicide and didn't even know what the pay was going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the next morning, Charlie says the money's in your trunk and you get up and leave, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go to Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he knows you're going to be bringing him money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he hops in your car and you tell him you got the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your testimony is then he goes into your trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
And he takes the bag out of the diaper bag.
No, it wasn't a diaper bag. It was the plastic bag that Charlie put in my trunk.
No, the money was inside your diaper bag is what you testified to before.
No, ma'am, I did not.
What the hell is she saying?
What the hell is she saying? Jackie, what are you saying? If you can't get this story straight, how are the juries supposed to believe anything else that you're trying to sell here? I agree that it makes no sense. It makes no sense at all.
Oh, where'd you put it?
The money
Yeah.
was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. All right. I must have misunderstood your testimony. I thought you said it was in the
The
diaper
envelope was inside the diaper bag.
bag. Envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that's what you delivered to Sigfredo.
That's the envelope that Sigfredo picked up from my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
That Charlie had given to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That you say you didn't know what the contents were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving forward, now Danny has been killed, and Sigfredo gets in your trunk and gets the bag, right?
It gets the money. Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's in a bag or not?
Yes, in the plastic bag.
Okay. All right. So he gets the bag, and at this point, you say you haven't even seen the money.
Yes, ma'am. I did not.
Okay. And then a day or two later, he comes back to you and gives you, I guess, what is going to be your share, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, you still don't know Luis Rivera's involved?
At that point, no, ma'am.
You still didn't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that Mr. Garcia puts the money into your closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a few days later, you actually go into the closet?
I don't know if it was the same day that, that he put the money there, but a couple of days later, when I had opened the bag, that's when I felt the moisture of the money.
So you didn't touch the money the first day?
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. So I'm talking about the first day that Charlie gives it to you. You didn't touch it that
Oh,
day?
no, I did not.
Okay. And you didn't touch it this next day. That's when you gave it to Sigfredo.
Yes, because he just grabbed it from the trunk of my car.
Okay. And a couple of days later, he brings you your share and puts it in your closet.
A day or two. It might have been the same day or the day after. He put it
Okay.
in the closet.
And then at some point you open the bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And inside the bag you find, it's not very thick, but you find stacks of money that's stapled together, correct?
What's not very thick?
$10 bill or 10 $100 bills stapled together. That's not very thick, is it?
What
It
is
was
she
just in
doing?
stacks of whatever amount it was. I didn't count it.
It was stapled together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how much did you get for arranging?
I never thought these words would come out of my mouth, but here they come. Holy shit, Rashbaum did a better job than this. Right, Be Kind? What does thickness got to do with anything? I can't believe that I can say that there is a lawyer out there worse than Rashbaum. Holy shit. This woman used to be a judge?
Danny Markel to be killed from Charlie's request to passing that on to Sigfredo Garcia. How much money did you get?
I never counted how much money was even in the bag.
As you sit here today, you're telling this jury you never know what your cut was. You can't tell them.
No, ma'am, I never counted it.
You spent some of it, didn't you?
I believe so. Through
And you,
time,
depo-
yes.
and you deposited some of it into your bank account,
Yes, ma'am.
but you don't know how much yours was.
No, ma'am.
But you do admit that Charlie gave you a check after that from Adelson Institute, right? He gave you payroll checks from
Yes,
Adelson
ma'am.
Institute, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie gave those to you.
No, it was, Charlie handed me the checks. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And you testified that you met Ms. Donna Adelson on one occasion, right?
From what I recall, yes, from the dental office when I went to get work done.
She greeted you when you came for your appointment, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you had your appointment and you paid for the services, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's been testimony that Charlie, after that date, that Charlie, after that date, gave you other benefits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you and he weren't together anymore, correct?
After
the homicide.
No, we were not together, but we were still friendly with each other. We were still.
You're friends, but you went back to Sigfredo, right?
There was a time where I was between Sigfredo and still intimate with Charlie as well.
Besides the one time you had that dental appointment and you saw Mrs. Adelson, you met her, Donna Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
After that,
This is my first time watching her testify in Donna's trial. Yes.
you never talked to her again, did you?
Not that I can recall. I don't think I've.
You didn't speak on the phone to each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't text each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't email each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have any other communication of any kind?
No, ma'am.
You didn't meet with her in person?
There's only a time that I saw her, but I didn't meet with her.
Right, exactly. And when you're having these discussions with Charlie Adelson, I'm talking about you and your knowledge. When you're having these discussions with Charlie and then having discussions with Sigfredo, she's not involved in those conversations with you, is she?
No, ma'am, she's not.
May I have just a moment?
Oh, we rest. Yeah. We're going to rest. Can I have just a moment? Every single time. I know, Armand, right? Rashbaum did a better job.
Nothing further.
Told you that was going to happen. I agree, Julia. It's horrible.
Publishing states 55. Donna did not have any conversations with you, did she?
No, ma'am.
There's no line here, right?
No, ma'am.
Donna had conversations with Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie.
She wasn't participating in those conversations.
Overruled, I believe the witness earlier testified concerning this very issue. You may continue your examination.
Donna had conversations with Charlie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie had conversations with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie was the go-between between you and Donna, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
The same way you were the go-between between Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Good job,
We'll
George.
step down. Will the witness be recalled? You remain under the subpoena, Ms. McManaman.
Good. Sorry, guys. Good job, Georgia. Put the little button on it there. Holy crap, I never thought there was going to be a lawyer worse than Rashbaum. Wow. Makes me think she forgot how to deal with living people. Holy, she's horrible. Love those train cars. Love how they start and end with Donna. Yep. Georgia gets better each trial. Oh, she's warming up for the main attraction. It is 2:00 in the morning here, and if I'm going to get up and watch this trial live tomorrow, then I should end it here. Saturday, what we'll do is, I know it's not popular with people, but Corbett, or I'll just watch Corbett on my own, because I'd like to know the new information that he's putting out. But maybe we'll get Charlie tomorrow. Wouldn't that be nice? It's 10 p.m. in Vegas. Yeah, and everybody said, Judge Everett said that it would be 9:00 Eastern Standard Time. So that means it'd be 8:00 my time. So, but Julia, somebody said today that Charlie was brought into the courthouse today. So something's going on, because they wouldn't have brought him into the courthouse. Yeah, I need to watch to see his receipts too, Armand. But I know they find Corbett very boring. So, but I need to see the receipts. That's what somebody said today. Pardon me. That Charlie was brought into the courthouse. Well, if he's not going to testify, there'd be no reason for him to be in the courthouse. Yeah, I understand he's there for rebuttal. But why bring him into the courthouse? Unless the state has requested him to come in. Remember when Sarah said the train cars only touch, pardon me, guys. Remember when Sarah said the train cars only touched the one in front of them? She finally fixed that metaphor this time. Yeah. Yeah, I do have my favorite, though, between Georgia and Sarah. Sarah's good at it, but I really like how Georgia how she does it. Sarah, I'm like, oh, I know you can get there. Maybe he got shifted in jail. Yeah, we are all connected as humans. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the state's office is right there. So it's curious to me why he would be there. Because Luis Rivera was not brought to the courthouse until he was going to testify. Same with Katie. She wasn't brought till she was going to testify. So there was some kind of talks. If Charlie was there today, there was some kind of talks that were happening. You thought Charlie would be up till defense chief wouldn't be up till then? be crazy. It would be absolutely crazy if he was. So Corbett was on today, and then Sanford. So Sanford will be the first witness tomorrow, which I like Sanford, because that's when we get all the calls. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. The jail daughter will be hot. I'm curious if it's the one she was teaching to read or the one she was teaching math. I'm curious. I don't know. Either he sits there and takes the fifth because he has an appeal, or he finds out that his mom keeps throwing him under the bus and running it over him, over and back and forth, and decides to do a little bus driving himself. Yeah, substitute teacher, yeah. So the one conversation I had with her, she told me that she was teaching one young lady how to read and another, not young lady, girl. She always used the word girl. Teaching one girl to read and one girl math. And she had mentioned that all of them are just so dumb they wouldn't even know who the president of the United States was. Like, they're just so uneducated. That's what she was saying. He will say, I maintain my innocence, and to protect my appellate rights will invoke the fifth. Oh, I hope they do too. I'm okay with him getting on the stand and saying he takes the fifth. Because A, he's not sticking up for Mummy, and the jury already thinks he's guilty because the defense are saying he's guilty, right? So I definitely would be okay, and I think it would help the state if he did that. Because any son would, if he knew his mother was not guilty, would make sure a jury heard she's not guilty. But if he sits there and takes the fifth, yeah, right, she won a spelling bee. What was it in grade? Oh, what grade did she say? Grade 2 or 3 or something like that? Maybe it was 5. But it will look bad for Donna for Charlie to get on that stand and take the fifth. I don't think it hurts the state's case at all because the jury already thinks he's guilty. Damn, the defense has already told him he's guilty. But if he doesn't stand up for his mom on that stand, that's game over. Finished. Put a fork in Donna. She is done. So bring him. Put him on there. Take the fifth, Charlie. And then bring him back for his sisters. And let him take the fifth then too. But all right, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, going through this, even though you've already watched it. Again, I'm very sorry I was sick last night. Couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. Typically, they can't put a witness up to take the fifth. Oh, okay. Well, unless he throws him a curveball. It says he's not going to, but then does. What do you do there? Rest is healing. Yes, be kind. So, again, I hope Ruth is okay. People say she hasn't been in the courtroom for 2 days. I hope everything is fine with her. If sending all our best wishes to Ruth, Phil, Shelley. And just remember, guys, be kind to yourself, be kind to others. Give someone a smile tomorrow. You never know what they're going through. Yep. I agree, Julia. All right, everyone. See you tomorrow morning, bright and early. Take care, guys.